Carrie?
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, good. Wanted to call this meeting to order, council meeting on Monday, May the 4th at 1 o'clock. And I will turn it over to our clerk to do the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. I will ask everyone just to indicate by way of yes. Councillor Foster?
Yes. Yes. Councillor Foster here.
Councillor McRae? Okay, we'll come back to Councillor McRae. Councillor Dunsmore?
I'm here.
Councillor Van Leeuwen?
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor McElwain?
Yes, I'm here.
Mayor Linton, I know, is here, and Councillor Kittredge.
Yes.
And I'll ask again, Councillor McRae, are you with us? We appear to have lost Councillor McRae again.
Carrie, Councillor Foster, can you hear me?
Yes, Councillor Foster, we can hear you.
Thank you.
I just got a message from Ian. He's rebooting his computer.
Okay, we'll give him another 30 seconds, and then we'll get started. Isn't technology fun? Okay, let's just take a 5-minute recess. I'm going to give Councillor McRae a call and see what's going on. Okay, see you all in 5 minutes.
Mayor Litton?
Yep, you're on, Councilor McCray. That's good. Welcome. I think we might have lost a couple other councilors now, so we'll wait. I don't see Councilor Mackley and I don't see Councilor Kitchus right now, so we'll wait until they join our Brady Bunch here.
Kelly, can you see me now?
Yeah, I can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Perfect. Good,
I'm
good.
in on the iPad.
Okay, good. We're just waiting for Councilor Kitchus and Councilor Mackley. So we have Councilor Kitchus, just waiting for Councilor McLean right now. Councilor McCray, you're on twice. That doesn't mean that you get two times as many opportunities to speak, you know, just because I see two of your faces. That'd be kind of funny, Councilor McCray, if you started arguing with yourself.
I often do. I have the best conversations.
Okay, I think we're all here now. I'll recall this meeting to order. Sorry about all the challenges getting in today. And I'm gonna have our clerk do the roll call again.
Okay, through you, Councillor McElwain,
I am here, finally.
Councillor Foster,
President Carey, here I am. Can you hear me okay?
yes, we can, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Leeuwen,
I am here, yes.
Councillor Kittredge,
Yes.
Councillor McCray,
I'm here.
Councillor Dunsmore,
I am here.
and Mayor Linton.
I'm here. Okay, thanks, clerk. Moving on to disclosure of pecuniary interests under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Any municipal conflicts from any of the councillors here? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to presentations and announcements. First, there's a few points I want to make today. Actually, quite a few. First, though, I'm going to go through a couple of the rules again. It's been a bit since we met virtually, so I wanted to go through a couple things. Just remind everyone and the staff participating, we have the senior team here and some other staff. Just please mute your microphone unless you've been called to respond to a question. Also, for the councillors, if you can make sure that your mute button is on when you're not speaking. Our clerk also has the mute button here, so she can help with that, but just in case you see that you're not muted, would make it better. Second thing is just to go through the order again of how we're going to do the discussion today. Allow one round of, after a report, after staff recommendation, we'll allow one round of questions for staff. Then we'll get, once it's gone through that first round of questions, we'll get a mover and a seconder, and then we'll go through again with 2 rounds of debate and questions. Okay, and then after that, we'll call for the vote. Just so you know, if we do lose the live streaming, Lisa is doing, our deputy clerk is doing her live streaming right now. If we do lose live streaming, we will take a recess and try to use our secondary plan to make sure that this meeting is recorded and based on the requirements of municipal council meetings. Okay. If we do have any kind of service interruption, I'll call for recess of the meeting for up to 15 minutes to allow the clerk to reconnect with whatever member is having a connectivity problem. Okay. So I wanted to say a few things before we start our meeting. It is unfortunate that during a pandemic crisis, when the well-being and safety of our residents are our first priority, I have to take some valuable time to address some recent behavior by a couple members of council. Given the recent email comments from councillors that were shared with some collection of councillors, township staff, the media, a blogger, and hand-picked members of the public, I'm going to take some time to clarify a few things. Firstly, I will again explain the rationale behind ruling two motions out of order on April 6th at our council meeting. Secondly, I will give some reminders to councillors on what is inappropriate email behavior. Third, now that we are in a public council session, I want to clarify a few inaccuracies that were circulated to the media by two councillors. Firstly, on the out of order motions from April 6th. Just to clarify, I will be referring to our current procedures bylaw. I'm sure all members of council are very familiar with this bylaw. To start with, as the presiding officer of council meetings, I do have the authority under section 20 of the procedures bylaw to decline to put to vote motions that I believe infringe on the rules of procedure. Also, I completely understand that members of council have the right to introduce motions without notice under section 22 of the procedures bylaw, but there's rules for how that has to happen. For motions that are introduced in the middle of a council debate on an agenda item, a motion must be one of three things. It must be a motion to refer, typically to provide staff the ability to do some research and present a report to council, or send the matter back to an advisory committee for additional review and a recommendation. The second type of motion is a motion to defer, typically to another council meeting to provide additional time for council to make a decision or obtain additional information from staff or other sources. Or the third method is a motion to amend, and an amendment must be relevant to the main motion. So let's go back to our April 6th meeting for a minute. Council was just starting its second round of debate on the bylaw to delegate emergency authority to the township CAO. When it was Councillor Foster's turn to speak, he first indicated that he would not support the delegation bylaw, and then he introduced two motions. One, to have council meet every single week, and the second motion was to reopen the 2020 budget. I ruled both of these motions out of order. My reasoning was pretty straightforward. These motions do not fall under the three permitted motion types. Neither motion was a motion to refer. Neither motion was a motion to defer. And as far as being a motion to amend, here are the issues I had with them. The first motion to meet every week was not an amendment to the delegation bylaw because Councillor Foster already indicated he would not support the staff recommendation, so a motion to meet every week is not relevant to the main motion. Also, one of the basic rules of debate under section 22 in our procedures bylaw is that a motion to amend shall not propose a direct negative to the main motion. This motion would have done that. The second motion about opening the budget was also not an amendment to the main motion, and it proposed a direct negative to the main motion as well. So that is why I ruled Councillor Foster's motions out of order. And then going back to April 6th, and then when we went around the virtual council chamber, Councillor Kittredge repeated Councillor Foster's motion that council meet every week. I repeated my ruling. And the next time that a councillor reintroduces the same motion that contradicts this ruling, I'll call a point of order and make an additional ruling. I hope that clarifies a few things and helps us to deal with our council business in a more efficient and effective way going forward. The second issue I wanted to talk about is with the recent emails, request the township staff for information outside of council reports. Members of council are not considered officers or employees of the township under the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. As such, members of council have the same right to access municipal records as the general public. The office of a councillor does not present any greater right to access information. So you cannot just email our clerk and expect to get information on township operations. This is not about our staff withholding information or being evasive or being ignored, to quote some of the recent emails. It is about you asking for something that you don't have the right to ask for outside of a council meeting. Also, only council as a whole has the authority to direct staff to carry out specific functions or tasks. The township administration, under the direction of our CAO, serves council as a whole and the combined interests of all members of council as expressed through resolutions of council. An individual councillor must not request staff to undertake work to prepare reports outside of council-approved direction. You might think that it's easy to ask questions, that it's easy for staff to answer them. That's just not the case. The third issue with the recent emails is that emails include all of council or several members of council, and that may be perceived as furthering the business of council, making decisions, directing staff without proper notice, without a municipal clerk present, and contrary to other provisions of the Municipal Act. The business of government needs to be done at council. From this point forward, any emails that our staff or I receive that are in this format will go unanswered. I am not interested in playing backroom politics. Emails that criticize members of council, staff, and previous decisions of council that are copied to the media, individuals who write blog posts, and handpick members of the public are inappropriate. Even in our watered-down council-approved code of conduct on page 5, it states no member of council shall engage in discrimination against or harassment of a member of the public, an employee of the municipality, or a local board, or another member. The content of some of these recent emails definitely crosses the line, especially when they're copied to the media, blog writers, and handpicked members of the public. A very strong case could be made that these emails are harassing our staff. Well, I've gotten used to this kind of behavior that's directed at me. It's another story when it's directed at our staff. It's inexcusable and it has to stop. I'm very frustrated that during this pandemic, when our community, our leadership, and our staff are operating in a declared state of emergency, that we have to waste valuable time and energy to deal with this kind of behavior from elected politicians. The third item is email inaccuracies. So in addition to the emails to inappropriately share information with the media, bloggers, and selected members of the public, the information that was shared was intentionally inaccurate. I'm going to ignore all the personal attacks on myself, other councillors, and staff, but I would like to set the record straight on some of the facts. Firstly, the recently approved emergency delegation bylaw has absolutely nothing in common with a blank check. One only has to read the actual document to realize this. It's very clear in this document the CAO can act only when council is unable to meet prior to such action being required. Now that we are permitted to have virtual council meetings, it is even less likely that council will not be able to meet. So it makes it even less likely that the CAO will have to exercise these powers. This is a very routine bylaw that many other proactive municipalities, large and small, have approved, including but not limited to Kawartha Lakes, Brockton, Oshawa, Scugog, Hanover, Whitby, Bracebridge, Renfrew County, Springwater, Belwood, Waynfleet, Petawawa, Frontenac County, Norfolk County, St. Catharines, and Guelph. As a matter of interest, the city of Guelph just approved a very similar delegation bylaw, except giving more powers to the CAO, with unanimous approval of all 60 members of Guelph Council with a few minutes of discussion. So enough already with spreading misinformation about this bylaw. Can we please start to focus on things that actually matter to our community during a pandemic? Next, the Belwood Cemetery. Let me be clear. There is absolutely no connection between the emergency delegation bylaw passed on April the 6th and the Bellside Cemetery project. For Center Wellington residents who are watching this council meeting right now, if anybody tells you there's a connection between the emergency delegation bylaw and this very necessary Bellside Cemetery project, they're playing fast and loose with the truth. The work being done at the Bellside Cemetery is part of the work included in the Bellside Master Plan that was approved by the last council. Councillors Kittredge and Councillor McElwain will remember this. The small project is within budget and it did not require additional council approval. It is absolutely critical that we are down to 2 plots left in the cemetery and this work has to happen. As members of council, we each have a responsibility to communicate in professional and accurate ways to members of the public, the media, and others. Please take this role seriously. We have many families, businesses, and individuals who are extremely anxious and concerned at this time. Spreading misinformation is inexcusable. So now that we are in a public meeting as a public body, I'm going to give members of council an opportunity to speak to these matters as well. Several of you recognize that email discussions have how inappropriate the email discussions have been and refused to engage. Thank you for that. But it's important for you to have the opportunity to defend the criticisms that have been leveled at you in these emails in an appropriate forum. I want to make sure you have this opportunity now. Obviously, no one has to say anything, but I wanted to provide an opportunity. Please note, this is a discussion of council. Please don't bring members of staff into it. So we'll go around the room in the horseshoe in order. If you want to say anything about the things that I've mentioned or anything else over the last few weeks that has occurred, now's your chance. We're in a public meeting. Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. I disagree with your remarks. My motion was indeed a motion to amend. The motion we were talking about was a motion to delegate our authority, and I offered my motion as an amendment to the principal motion that instead of delegating, we should be meeting. And so I completely disagree with your comments. As for the Bellside Cemetery, I think it was ridiculous to do that work. I think we've opened up a financial problem. 90% of the cemetery has single footings poured. The grading is a waste of money, and there is no need in the context of a pandemic to lay those footings. And you cannot dispute the fact that that cemetery was surveyed in the 70s. And we squandered the money hiring a consultant to study what already existed. And in the context of a pandemic, we wasted the money on the grading, and we could have easily had interments take place in the cemetery as it was surveyed in the 1970s by Shoemaker. So I completely disagree with your findings, and no further comments.
Councillor Van Leeuwen?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, wow. I want to get into all the little details of the cemetery and the master plan and go through, but I really think that if we're interested, we've seen the documents, and I think that you've made your point clear that we've had that discussion. What really, and I speak from my heart here, what really gets me going is this email train and what's been happening in the background. What we continue to have is a fulsome discussion in public. We continue to go around, discuss points by points. Each councillor gets to put it there on the table, what they think, and we seem to make a decision, and when that decision's over, in the background start the emails. And I think the public has a right to know that this happens, that the public realizes that this is not from a large group of people, but very, very small group of people, but consistent. And what really gets me going about it is there's something specific about it. And what made me realize and kind of get me upset is Gmail has this great thing where it starts to stack the emails end to end when they see a relation. And all of a sudden I realized I'm seeing emails stacked. One, it's an accusation towards the mayor and CEO. The next is an accusation to Councillor McCrae. The next is an accusation to Councillor Dunsmore. And I thought, boy, I'm starting to see a pattern. And I didn't like the pattern. And sure enough, this weekend, there came mine, an accusation of conflict of interest to Councillor Van Leeuwen. It's very disturbing because you can see a pattern. You can see that this is not about causing or creating a township that really, really wants to work together and move forward, but it's about an agenda. And that's what bothers me. It literally stacks it on top, and you can see this unprofessional atmosphere. I'll leave some of them alone, except for the one that speaks to even the very fact where after a month or so of this, it speaks towards the conflict of interest even for myself. And I look at it and I think it's a bridge, and I can be clear because I'm open with the conflict of interest, and that email is public knowledge. these members, these people seem to think that if there's a bridge down the side road that's not connected to my property, that is, nobody would drive over to even get to my business. I don't use to get to town, but because it's in my area, and I would reiterate, I'm Ward 6, so it's in my area, that there's a 20-point discussion email about how I have a conflict of interest and should have stepped out of everything. But this is what really gets me, is it's constant. And this is what counselors and people who want to help within the community have to deal with in the background, when a certain amount of people keep going and poking. This comes up when it comes to economic development, where we look at it and say, you have people in this community who are working for free to try to make this community great, to try to help people get through, and there's accusations that fly. Same people, and it's stacked on emails. And I'd like the public to know that this is not what the people who want to help this community should deal with in the background and say these things in public. So I'm quite upset about it, and I think that we should have this stop. And if anybody from the public wants to see any of the emails or speak to me about them, please do, because in the background I see it as bullying. In the light, at least we can have a conversation. So I appreciate you giving us the time to speak about it, because it gets me wound up, and in some senses you probably should have given me a time limit, because I could keep going. But anyway, thank you for letting us at least speak to it.
Thanks, Councillor Van Leeuwen. Councillor McAvoy?
Thanks, Kelly. To be honest, I haven't read those emails because when I saw the topic, I didn't really find they were that interesting to me, so I didn't read them in any detail at all. So I couldn't comment on those if I wanted to. What I think, given kind of the broad spectrum that we're discussing here, the one thing that I'm having a problem with is something that's already been mentioned before, and that is we're not meeting often enough electronically or otherwise. I mean, electronic, obviously. I think there should be committee of the whole meetings. I sent an email to the CAO and mayor in March, copying a document or a article from George Cuff, who the mayor often quotes because he's a really well-known and very good municipal consultant. And in his letter, he said in his community, he would want to know that the mayor and councillors are meeting electronically to think through what the implications are today, to do that again at the end of this next week or earlier, and to plan what advantages, et cetera, et cetera. Anyhow, the point being, we should be meeting regularly. The Globe and Mail just last week had a long article saying you don't stop a virus by bleeding democracy. And in it, they said, under no circumstances should any government see this an emergency as an excuse to sideline the elected representation of the people. And I just find that council is being marginalized here. We're just not getting the opportunity to participate in discussions. And I think even the discussion is coming up a little bit later today. I mean, we should have been part of that discussion before this gets presented to council. And so if there's things happening that people aren't happy with, I understand, and I don't disagree with the comments that are made in some respect. But there's a lot of frustration because we are elected to represent the people in the center of Wellington, and we're not getting an opportunity to do that. We're getting an opportunity to stamp a motion from staff, and that's it. We don't get any opportunity to have a committee of the whole meeting where we can discuss those topics ahead of time. And I think when we get past that hump, the rest of the stuff will flatten out and you're not going to see the problems that you're seeing today. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor McElwain. Councilor Kitchus?
Thank you, Mayor. Number one, I disagree with your interpretation of the amendment for the April 6th that I was trying to make. I think you just had an agenda yourself that you made with your motion and with the clerk, and you wanted to ram it through. And so to meet regularly would have made it unnecessarily to give the CAO those powers, and that was an appropriate motion. And it's just your interpretation. Interestingly, just hours after that, you had to give a clarification that you really weren't squashing those motions. You had appropriate reasons. And it just seems very, very clear to anybody that looks at that meeting that you were trying to squash us having more regular meetings. And that is the result. And we've become non-essential except for when the CAO, who is responsible for bringing forward the agenda, has just get something that he wants. And so we're just almost totally unnecessary in the discussion. Particularly at this time. So at the April 6th meeting, there were no budgetary plans given. I addressed some concerns about that, and now, lo and behold, today's meeting is about giving more money. So we were not in any of those discussions. There's questions that will come out of this later today. I think having more meetings, which what my motion was about, was totally appropriate, totally democratic. And other than that, I feel that this is you're just interpreting it because you're the one with the agenda. In terms of all those emails going back, it was you that forwards all the ones with all the things. So it's forwarded by citizens, then you forward it. So, like, if you want to have an email policy about how that's all done, you have to stick to it yourself. And I only commented on one. The rest, whatever. In terms of a pattern, I'd like to address what Councillor Van Leeuwen, in terms of a pattern, there is definitely a pattern. There's a pattern that certain people vote always the same. And so what it is that pattern happens because there isn't real discussion. I had to fight to get us not to just have one comment on these electronic meetings last time, so that we had, different rounds. I made that. That was successful because it was totally reasonable. I've always been for that fulsome discussion, but what happens as the presiding officer is that you control the meetings, and more you have become dictatorial in terms of how many times we can ask questions, which you're saying is the only forum we can ask questions to staff. And so that's on your duties to be more open, because these meetings are the only way that the public can have things addressed. And when it's frustrated, then that's what happens in the public. They start behaving in ways that require much more adversity. So and I think that the onus on that is your behavior and not just attacking citizens because they're frustrated. As some councillors are frustrated too, because we haven't had meetings. We are basically declared during this emergency as non-essential. And until you need us to give you more money or more powers. That's it.
Councillor Dunsmore?
Well, I'd like to say a few things. Mr. Kitcher's brought it up that everybody seems to be voting the same way. I've been accused of that in these emails. I've been accused of being a head nodder. There are a lot of residents on this call today who asked me when it was going to start and where they could log on, because they want to know why it is I'm being accused of being a head nodder, because I'm voting the way they asked me to vote, because they're the residents in my ward and I represent them. But for some reason, if I vote the way that we've talked about it and the way that we want it and we follow the strategic plan, I don't have a mind. I'm the one who just does what Kelly says we have to do. And so I said during the election, and I'll say it again here today, that everybody who has an opinion has ratepayers, constituents in their ear asking them and talking to them about issues. And we vote according to that. So just because I vote against you doesn't mean I'm against you. It means I'm voting for what my residents expect me to do. So that's the first thing out of the way. The second thing is, in a lot of these emails, there's been a lot of accusations made. In a time of crisis, it reveals character, not leaders. And I am listening after we gave the CAO the emergency powers, people screaming and yelling, he's abusing those powers. Look what he's doing in the cemetery. And when I went back to look at what was being done at the cemetery, it was Councillor Kitchers's motion passed on July 23rd, I believe, 2018, seconded by Fred Morris, voted for by Kirk McElwain and Dean Workman, Kitchers, and Morris. And that's what's being done. Nothing other than a direction by council. But then it's put out there that somehow the emergency powers are being abused. It's not true. There is a pattern here. And it's guided by a perception that the mayor and the CAO are taking personal actions against residents and other councillors. And there's enough blame to go around on both sides here. But maybe what we need to do is step back and change our perception and start rowing in the same direction. I never, when I got on here, expected all the councillors to get into the same boat and row in the same direction. But I did expect us to get in the same boat, and I never anticipated anybody trying to drill holes in the boat, which is what a lot of these emails do with their accusations. So we've got to reset and try to work together and row in the same direction. Doesn't mean we all have to agree on everything, but we have a strategic plan, and that's where I start from every single time. And the last thing I'll talk about before we go is Councillor Foster threw out there in an email to the public that I voted for the emergency measure powers for Andy Goldie. I did not. I voted, as all of us did, to give emergency powers to the CAO. If CAO Goldie gets hit by a bus or something more serious, those powers go to the CAO. Those are wise decisions in an emergency situation. Councillor Foster brought into my friendship with Mr. Goldie. Yes, I have known Mr. Goldie for a very long time. Councillor Foster was aware of that during the election, and he had no problem with it. When he's not getting his way and he wants to raise hell, he throws mud at the wall to see what sticks. Well, it's out there. If you think there's something inappropriate with my friendship with Mr. Goldie, the clerk, I'm sure, will give you the Integrity Commissioner's email address and the forms you need to fill out. Have at her. In the meantime, let's move forward as a council, start working for what's good for our community and put the petty bickering aside.
Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. Yeah, I have a few words to say about what has transpired these last few weeks. It is both frustrating and distracting to have to deal with obstructionist nonsense when the council and staff's priority is to ensure the health, safety, and well-being of residents, especially during this time. One of the things I found frustrating when listening to everyone talking about whether or not we should give special powers to the CEO was remembering that last year there was a scheduled emergency management training workshop for all elected officials. Only 2 of 6 councillors from Centre Wellington showed up. That to me was quite telling that if you're really concerned about the importance of looking after your residents, you should be there to understand what kicks in the case of emergency. Yet only 2 of us showed up. So when I'm listening to the discussions and I'm trying to think, okay, imagine if the mayor, council, and citizens were on a ship sailing into a hurricane, who would I want to decide our fate? The mayor and council or the captain and crew? I chose to vote for experience and training to see us through this crisis, because having attended the workshop, I know that our staff train annually for these so-called emergencies. So that was one of the reasons why I voted in favor of extra powers to the CEO. One of the things that frustrated me was this group's accusation that I'm part of a voting bloc, which is untrue. I vote according to what I feel makes sense. This charge is nothing more than misdirection to avert attention from the fact that Councillors Foster, McElwain, and Kittredge are the voting clique, working in conjunction with 4 residents in Ward 1 and 2 outside the ward. I have the documentation to back it up. I'd like us to set our differences aside and get on with the business of serving the people, instead of the political agenda of a select few. We all offer different experiences, knowledge, and perspectives. Why can't we park the political agendas and focus on using our attributes to the betterment of the community? You know, I've heard Councillor McElwain comment that we need more meetings. I agree. I've also heard Councillor Kittredge say that we need to be able to ask more questions, to have a bit more of a discussion. I agree. I think during an emergency, one needs to focus on what do you need to do right away to keep people safe. Now that COVID-19 is starting to get under control, now we can start bringing these other things back. But that's all I'm asking is let's focus on trying to work together as a council.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to section 5, confirmation of the agenda. The recommendation that the council of the Township of Centre Wellington confirm the agenda for its meeting held May 4th, 2020. Mover for that recommendation, Councillor Dunsmore, second by Councillor Van Leeuwen. Any opposed? And that's carried. Confirmation of the minutes from our special council on April the 6th. Recommendation that the minutes of the special council meeting held April 6th, 2020 be adopted as circulated. Mover for that recommendation, Councillor McCray, seconded by Councillor McElwain. Any opposed? And that is carried. We have no delegations today. Moving on to 8.1, managing the impacts of COVID-19, and I'm going to turn things over to our CAO, Andy Goldie. Thanks for the report that all the members of council have received. I think this took a lot of work from a number of staff, so appreciate you bringing it to us in this report today. So without saying anything else, I'll turn things over to Andy.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. So So thank you, Mayor Linton. I'm going to go through this presentation. If you don't mind waiting till the end to ask questions. Dan and I will go through this slowly so that we have our information together and we can present all the aspects of the report. It is a fairly lengthy report. It was written with the intent of informing council as to what's happened over the last number of weeks, as well as informing our public who may be listening in today. So we are going to break this presentation up into a couple of hearing days. So as an introduction, so this afternoon, Dan and I will be providing you with an update of the COVID-19 response. Today I'll be giving an update on our response and highlighting our staffing and ongoing work. And Dan will be providing an update on the township's financial impacts of COVID-19, broken down into 4 set areas. To begin the presentation today, I'd like to first recognize the important work being done during the pandemic by so many in our community and across Canada. Our healthcare workers, our emergency services providers, grocery store workers, delivering truck drivers, restaurant employees providing takeout, and farmers keeping our food supply chain connection. We all want to thank these amazing people in our community and across the country for supporting all of us, each and every one, every day. Over the past 2 months, the COVID has significantly impacted our township, our community, and our country. At the early outset of the pandemic, the township closed our facilities, canceled our programs, and closed all of our buildings to the public. This has been common amongst all municipalities in Ontario and across the country. During the pandemic, our staff have done an incredible job in being flexible and providing other ways for us to connect with the public. For many of our services, a big congratulations to all of our staff for all the work they're doing during this emergency. All of these measures have taken place with the guidance from our Wellington Dufferin Guelph Public Health Unit and through many directives announced by the federal government and the provincial government. These directives and legislation are constantly changing, and we are working with those changes on an ongoing basis, and I congratulate our staff and all the work they're being able to do in being flexible with regards to that. In order to continue to serve the community, we've put in place physical distancing measures, implementing cleaning and sanitizing measures in our facilities and operations, adopting and updating new health and safety protocols for our staff, as well as how we operate, and coordination of a large number of staff to be able to work at home via computers, cell phones, and the forwarding of our main lines to staff at their home. We did all of these to ensure our services would continue, but most importantly, to protect our staff based on recommendations from our public health unit. Our Emergency Operations Center has been very focused on making sound decisions based on the health and safety and well-being of our staff, the well-being of our residents, the economic viability of our community, and supporting our residents and businesses, and while ensuring we meet the upper levels of government's directives and new legislation. Our EOC was activated on March 12th to begin to plan and coordinate through this pandemic and emergency. The EOC was meeting every day up until April 15th, and now we're meeting 3 times a week to ensure that coordination amongst our organization and providing the services that are most important to our community. It was on March 17th that the province declared an emergency provincial-wide. As part of our overall emergency coordination, the County Emergency Management Coordinator, Linda Dixon, organized a daily conference call amongst the county and all 7 mayors and CEOs to manage an emergency and coordinate a joint working relationship in order that we would consider our decisions across the entire Wellington County. The calls were again daily until April 9th, and now we're weekly, and at those meetings we also have information shared from Dr. Mercer, as well as Inspector Richardson and Chief Stewart from the paramedics. The county and all 7 municipalities declared the emergency locally on March 23rd. After the closure of our facilities and programs by the township, further outdoor facilities were closed based on directives set out by the province. The province made very clear with regards to other gathering areas like tennis courts and skateboard parks, as well as picnic shelters and sports fields were to be closed. And so that was a directive sent out by the province. To be clear, currently all of our open space and trails remain open for the public and the people to walk through and help with their physical and mental health. The recent opening just Friday around the Cataract Trail section between Fergus and Elora is an additional support to help our residents be able to get out and be active and support their mental health. The CEO, I've also been meeting regularly or discussing regularly with Steve Street, our CEO for the Long-Term Care Health Alliance, Rose Hospital, to ensure coordination on possible assessment centers or other emergency centers. And we've been talking with regards to use of our facilities for those operations if the need comes. We're also very happy to note that township staff worked with the county staff to organize the first ever spring waste collection, which starts today in our community. This took a lot of work amongst all 7 municipalities as well as the county staff, and we're happy to see that moving forward beginning this week throughout the entire county. To those that do receive regular pickup from the county's private sector collector. Our treasurers from across the county are meeting regularly to review our finances across our municipalities as well as across the county and looking at our impacts locally. Dan and Mark will be looking at our cash flows every day. The treasurers are working on other possible options to assist our community, and we'll be reporting further back on that at our May meeting later this month. Later today, you'll hear from Dan Wilson about a high-level review of our township finances as they stand today and forecasted to be by July 3rd. During this pandemic, I've been also meeting with our friends from the Southern Wellington Community Foundation to look at ways to help support our not-for-profit organizations through a new grant program. And I'm happy to report that several grants have already been received to a couple three organizations in order to help support them through this pandemic. And there are additional monies and organizations are encouraged to apply to the foundation for the COVID-19 funding program support. So we're having even grassroots organizations working with the township in order to support our many organizations throughout the community. The mayor and I have also been meeting with some of our staff with our regional partner RTO4 and the Ministry of Cultural, Sports and Tourism and Heritage on developing some programs and possible funding support to our local hospitality and tourism business. This is a sector that's been very hard hit and had closures and many layoffs. And we're working with both our regional partner and our ministry to see if there's other additional program support and funding support. And we have another meeting with them next week. Now I'd like to turn our focus onto what we've been doing with our staff and ongoing work. At the very early stages of the pandemic, and with the closing of our facilities and programs being canceled, we had to pay our temporary staff as part of their notice period prior to them being declared an emergency layoff. Our seasonal winter operators were under contract till the end of March and April, and their work discontinued once their contracts were completed. During the initial stages of the pandemic, I want to make it very clear, some of our full-time staff did stay at home while being paid until we were able to make arrangements for them to be hooked up electronically with computers, cell phones, and other needs in order for them to perform their duties, including our main lines, phone lines, and various operations being forwarded to frontline staff at their homes in order that our services to the customer still continued through email and phone calls. On April 5th, the township did unfortunately have to put 91 of our temporary staff on a declared emergency leave, and this included staff from our community services area, as well as our crossing guards. We hope to have many of them back when our facilities are open and programs are running, as well as when schools are open. At this time, at the same period, 10 seasonal staff were also not retained and their contracts ended with regards to our winter control. It is very important to note that staff are continuing to provide all of our services and supporting the community, with over 50% of them working from home 5 days a week. This excludes our fire services, who are responding to call as normal and running regular operations. Staff are working with our customers, developers, builders, and businesses via the phone, email, or teleconference to continue the business of the day. In many cases, we have a lot of developers and builders continuing to bring forward their applications and working with our staff to get them prepared for when the pandemic is over and they can move forward with starting to look at developing their sites. More reports will be coming forward to council, those later in May, as well as in our June meetings. Our phone lines are still being answered and all emails are being answered as well. We may be a little bit slower at answering some of the emails, just due to staff trying to connect and making sure we have all the correct answers during this period for when we are responding. We've also taken the step to delay hiring of summer students until further notice to save expenditures within our organization. And last, the hiring of our new staff approved during the 2020 budget have been delayed. It's important to note during the emergency and pandemic, we are continuing communications out to our community. Through our website, social media, and media releases, we have also received good feedback and questions from the community. So we're very much seeing an increased use of those forms of communication, as well as two-way communication from our residents and businesses. The brand radio has also been an excellent tool for us to help communicate key information quickly. Our HR staff are working hard in support of all of our staff behind the scenes with our payroll, health and safety changes, compliance with new legislation, and most importantly, our part-time and temporary staff with their required paperwork to ensure that they're able to access the federal benefits program. The chart you see before you is an outline of all of our staffing. So we did have just around 210 employees at the beginning of the pandemic. We did have emergency leave or end a contract for just less than 50% of our staff of 101. And then you can see a breakdown of each of the various departments of the number of staff for a current staff complement of 105 and our firefighters, which are 6 full-time and the 66 volunteer firefighters. So each of those staff members are currently working in their normal roles and supporting the essential services as outlined by the province. And it's important to note that we continue to meet with our developers, our business owners, as well as supporting them, other needs that are outside of our normal day of business, ensuring that our community is continuing to grow. I want to make it clear that at this time, no staff have been working at home without work. As I mentioned previously, we did have a few at home during the initial stages of the pandemic, but that has not continued, and we were able to put all staff members back working very quickly after once the pandemic and emergency were declared. And all staff are fulfilling their roles and being asked to redeploy if need be in various areas. And one of the best examples currently is redeploying some of our staff to our outside parks operations, as we only have one full-time staff person in our parks operation throughout the year, and are usually typically backfilled with summer students, but other staff are going to be redeployed out to help ensure the safety and maintenance of our park systems outside. So I just wanted to spend a few minutes letting everyone know the type of work that's been happening behind the scenes in each of our areas. So our corporate services staff worked very quickly with the other county members to look at some tax relief measures across the board, and those are all being fulfilled across all 7 municipalities. And they are continuing to look at other forms of tax relief where viable across the county. Staff are also processing payments, deposits, paying invoices, making sure our accounting, and making sure the business tax payments are happening. On Thursday was our residential tax due, and so Dan and Mark and the tax team were ensuring that operations and services did continue on Thursday. As I mentioned previously, cash flow is being monitored daily by our staff, ensuring that we have the cash flow required to operate and anticipating what may be coming forth. And our unsung heroes throughout this are really our IT staff, who have continued to make sure and put in place all the things that we need to do for people to work at home, ensuring that while some of our operations are out on site, being able to communicate and monitor our programs and services, and as well as our equipment. And while all this is happening, keeping a huge eye on cybersecurity, as this is a prime opportunity that across the world, many are seeing more cyber attacks increasing across the table. Our legislative services are also providing customer service for our phones and emails, and redistributing our mail internally. So we have social distancing and making sure we're not passing anything along from one area to another. Ensuring our cemetery administration is continuing. We're required by law to continue the cemetery operation. And also coordinating the electronic council meetings. This is taking some time to coordinate. There are some municipalities that we believe are not fully meeting the requirements as set out by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And we wanted to make sure that through their Zoom meetings, as well as our live streaming, we are fulfilling all the legislative requirements to meet our required legislation by the province. As some of you know, our bylaw officer is patrolling out throughout the community with some addressing some of the hot spots like our skateboard facility and a couple of police structures. Through discussions with our OPP, they're very much wanting our bylaw enforcement and Parks and Rec staff to more take on an educating community role in our community on the provincial orders, and that the OPP, in coordination with us, will be looking at the stronger enforcement as if required. And to date, I'm only aware of one enforcement ticket by our OPP within Centre Wellington. Purchasing continues to work with our staff in releasing, accepting, and evaluating quotations, tenders, and proposals. So all that work continues in behind the scene. We're very fortunate that recently, not that long ago, we did move to electronic email tendering. And so this has ensured a far easier, simpler, more efficient process with our bidders for our projects. And our new assessments management software implementation and training is continuing behind the scenes. And we've had a couple of virtual training sessions with our supplier with that over the last couple of weeks. In infrastructure services, our public works staff are managing and maintaining our roads for the health and safety of our community. I'm not going to go through the entire list that's listed here, but all of our normal operations with regards to street sweeping, garbage, gravel shoulder maintenance, traffic signal maintenance, and all the things you see there on the list are continuing. Our staff are ensuring social distancing by going out in different vehicles, and where they are working in closer quarters, wearing proper personal protection equipment in order to make sure we don't transfer any health matters to one another. Within our environmental services operation, they're continuing to manage and operate our wastewater systems in our facilities, ensuring that we protect the health and safety of our staff as well as everyone in our community. We're also concluding our locates and backflow prevention program. None of these shut down during a pandemic, and we're keeping on top of those through all of our staff within Collins operations. Our pandemic emergency procedures for water and wastewater were activated way back on March 16th. So this ensures continuity of our water and wastewater services. These are policies and procedures that we had in place well before the pandemic. And as far as our quality management system, these are things we've had in place for many, many years. Our goal is to reduce the impact and potential outbreak through the township staff, ensuring that we have licensed operators to be able to provide those services. The province has given us some ability to have non-licensed operators do some work within those facilities, but we are relying very heavily on making sure that our licensed operators are safe and protected. And therefore, as part of the pandemic response, we have 2 water operators and wastewater are scheduled each week. They are working out on our services each day. And then operators not scheduled are self-isolating at home. While they're there, they're maintaining training for certification renewal and various water-related tasks. So they are continuing to do work at home and just making sure they're self-isolating so that we're not having contamination when they're coming back to work. Our source water staff continue. We need to make sure we protect our source water for the future. So they continue with our municipal wellhead protection areas, as well as feeding back information through our Lake Erie Source Protection Committee, and as well as the Tier 3 water budget is continuing along. So Kyle and his staff are continuing to provide support to that as well. With regards to capital, so our engineering services staff are continuing to move forward with our capital project program. All of these items are still essential services and are being strongly encouraged as part of coming out of the pandemic to help stimulate the economy and get contractors and workers, as well as manufacturing of equipment out as soon as quickly as possible in order to help recovery with the economic recovery, not only in Center Wellington, but across the province. There is discussions that the province will be looking at some sort of program to possibly look at help support fundings for some projects in the future, but they are strongly asking municipalities to continue with their capital infrastructure programs. Before you see a list of a number of projects that we're continuing to move forward with, and so Colin and his staff are continuing to make sure the tenders are ready and that project management will be continuing as these projects start rolling out. In community services, the decision to close our facilities and cancel our programs were based on a number of discussions amongst our community services team, as well as our emergency operations center. And all of this was taken into account with regards to discussions with our health unit, the neighboring municipalities in Wellington County, as well as Woolwich and Orangeville, and looking at what types of services and programs that they were looking to cancel and making sure that we're being consistent across the entire region. And of key was surely our health and safety of our customers, making sure that we were not going to be part of the spread of the COVID virus, that we were going to help slow down the spread of the virus. And our fire services staff are doing an amazing job. They've had some weekends and evenings where they've had increased numbers of calls recently, but they can continue to work with our other first response personnel to ensure that they're fighting a few fires we've had recently and supporting fire departments in joining municipalities, as well as the number of motor vehicle accidents that have occurred recently in responding. And our full-time staff and our volunteer firefighters are doing an amazing job keeping that services working. Also in community services, we continue to inspect our buildings and maintenance, doing some maintenance in our building, getting to things that we typically would not get to during the busy times of the year. So we're able to get to some of that work from the maintenance so that when we do reopen our facilities, our buildings will be ready to open up and be safe and clean for all those attending. We also are currently working on deploying some of our staff from inside to the outside in order to ensure safety in our parks and our outdoor services. As we've heard from the province, the outdoor activities will probably be some of the first things that will be starting to be released back out for community access. Our outdoor sports fields, trails, play equipment will need to be maintained. We will need to make sure that we do our inspections and doing any maintenance work while this emergency is taking place, so that when the emergency is released, then those pieces of equipment and areas will be ready to be used as quickly as possible. Our administration staff are managing our program cancellations, providing refunds, and doing a lot of coordination between our events and festival groups and ensuring that They can be booking up, rescheduling their activities, and looking to ensure that the groups are supported in whatever means they need to make sure that once the event is canceled or rescheduled, that we're all set to have those running as soon as we're on the other side of the emergency. Staff are also reaching out to our residents and our members online programming and personal contact and with our senior members at Victoria Park Senior Center, making phone calls and touching base with our senior members to ensure that they're healthy and safe, and just to have a little bit of social atmosphere in speaking with our seniors to make sure that they're okay within our community. And then just recently, we launched our online interactive portal for recreation, arts and culture, and community online support, virtual reality through our CW Connect. So we're already seeing quite a bit of an uptake from our public having those activities, including physical activity, arts and crafts, and just reaching out and supporting one another. As mentioned earlier, the mayor and I have met several times at RTO4, and our staff and tourism are working with them to increase sales and support for our BIAs and local tourism industry. And the recent initiative like the Puzzle Now, Visit Later, just reminding people about the key aspects of Center Wellington and Elora Fergus, so they'll be reminded to come when everything's open up. And our essential for urban forestry work continues, as well as with some of the high winds we've had recently, making sure that any safety issues with regards to trees is managed and looked after between both Parks and Recreation and Infrastructure Services. Our greenhouses are now full with plants. We're waiting the day, hopefully, to be able to get that out and beautify our community for our visitors when they're ready to come. And so as soon as the province changes the regulations with regards to essential services in that area, we will be out ensuring our beautification program. But in the meantime, all those plants in our greenhouses do need to have daily care, watering, pruning, fertilizing, things of that nature, and getting ready to be ready to put out into baskets out in our community. In our planning and development, this area has been very busy. So economic development staff have been working on an economic recovery summary, and that's now on our website so that businesses connect and know where to have access to the various township and county local programs, as well as the federal and provincial programs. As we still continuously hear from our business community that they do not know where all the various programs are. So we've tried to provide that as quick and simple for our businesses to be able to reach out to. We've also been working with our chamber and partnering with them and offering some webinars, as well as a town hall back a few weeks ago on the Grand Radio with Michael Chong and MPP Ted Arnott and Mayor Warden, Kelly Linton, just to talk about the support for our businesses and what each levels of government are doing to be able to support our businesses, not only in Center Wellington, but across the region. We've also just recently launched our Shop Local CW website, where we've partnered again with the Chamber to develop a new Shop Local website. And this is where people can log on and start purchasing gift cards to help support our businesses with some cash flow now. So when businesses are reopened, people can be spending their dollars shopping locally instead of taking their dollars elsewhere. And we're currently in discussions with our Economic Development Advisory Committee, who set up a subcommittee to look at various types of programs or actions that we can do to help support our businesses locally. And also our economic development staff are also partnering together with other county EDOs to make sure that we're doing similar types of opportunities for our businesses across our community. Our building staff continue to accept and review building permit applications. They're very busy, and just over the last couple of weeks with the optimism that will be slowly coming out of the emergency and pandemic, we've seen an increase in the amount of permits and application processes coming forward. So our staff are working through those. Our building inspections for construction demands are within the essential services, and now that is opening up since effective today. But we've been able to ensure safety protocols for our staff to ensure that they're safe on site when they do. And let's give credit to a lot of our building developers who have taken initial extra steps to ensure that our staff are safe and protected on our sites. Our planning staff continue to renew planning applications and processes. And as I mentioned previously, we're working on those in preparation to bring those forward to council, so that as the emergency slowly moves forward, the developers will be able to make their decisions on whether they want to move forward with their application or development, or whether, depending on what happens with the economy moving forward. So that's my components with regards to the staffing and what we've done to date. It is fairly lengthy and a lot of work. And now I'd like to pass it over to Dan, who will go through some of the financial implications for COVID.
Thanks, Andy. Moving things over to Dan, our treasurer and managing director of corporate services. Dan.
Thanks, Mayor Linton. So my area, we've broken it down into 4 components. Each area is somewhat interrelated, but are really 4 distinct areas that we've been looking at the financial impacts of COVID-19. So the first is the 2020 budget. Then we'll move into the 2020 revenue and expense projections and the impact of COVID-19, the cash flow implications, as well as 2021 impacts and beyond. With respect to the 2020 budget, as council is aware, this was passed in December of 2019. We've had a lot of conversations, not only with municipalities and treasurers within Wellington County, but treasurers across the province in terms of what they're doing with respect to the 2020 budget. And I would say in most cases, the 2020 budget is not being reopened. We're in a very similar situation to most municipalities in that the implications of COVID-19 can be managed with no additional increases to taxation or water rates or wastewater rates. We do have financial implications as a result of COVID-19, which I'll go through in a few slides, but they can be offset by deferral of or reduction of costs in 2020 and through the use of the 2019 tax-supported operating surplus that we'll go through in a few slides. So what we're referring to in terms of how to move forward with the 2020 budget is something that a lot of municipalities share with us. I only know of a handful of municipalities that are opening their 2020 budget at this time, just simply because they can manage things from a cost reduction perspective. We will be bringing forward the tax rates bylaw for 2020 at the next council meeting on May 25th, and we are currently reviewing the tax and other financial incentives that we introduced as part of the interim tax levy bylaw that we would like to continue forward into the last half of the year. Just a few summary slides on what was passed in terms of the 2020 budget, just to refresh council. So the combined 2020 budget, which is looking at tax, water, wastewater, and capital supported, is approximately $60 million in 2020, which is similar to the amount passed in total for 2019. Next slide. In terms of distribution of taxes, when you look at the township's portion of the average residential tax bill, we retain approximately 30%. This is important to note because part of the cash flow implications to the township is the ability to remit taxes to both the education sector as well as the County of Wellington. Good news on that front, on the education tax payments normally due in installments quarterly to the different school boards has been delayed or deferred by 90 days, which helps us out from a cash flow perspective. And through discussions with the county treasurer and all of the treasurers within Wellington County, we've been having constant weekly discussions around county tax payments, and the county is willing to be flexible on that front as well. So good news to the township in terms of cash flow in remitting taxes. And just quickly on the non-residential, commercial, industrial side, we retain approximately 21% of the taxes on the tax bill in this area, with the remainder going to both education and the county. Just a breakdown of the gross revenue by function. Approximately 53% of our revenue in the tax-supported operating budget does come from taxation. We'll talk more about taxation on the next few slides, but it's important to note that just over half of our revenue does come from that revenue source. And just a quick look at the gross expenditures by function. Roughly 42% go to salaries and benefits, which Andy had mentioned we're looking into, or we have looked into from an emergency leave perspective, and some other discussions we'll have in a few slides. And then we have other areas there representing the gross expenditures for the tax-supported budget for 2020. So moving on to revenues and expenses. And I mentioned earlier that staff feel that we can mitigate the implications of COVID-19 through revenues and expenses without opening the 2020 budget. We have been assessing the impacts of COVID-19 for quite some time now. In terms of incentives to date, as council is aware, we're waiving penalties and interest on taxes and wastewater revenue for 60 days from the due date for all 2020 amounts owing. We've waived NSF and return fund fees just to ensure those aren't being charged to residents and property owners. We are providing recreation program related refunds where they're requested. Something that we discussed through the treasurer's group within the county, and I believe the county just passed policy to take effect on this. The minimum rebate for low-income seniors and low-income persons with disabilities was increased from $200 to $400 for the year. And the tax sale process has been suspended as per Ontario Regulation 7320. So I'm going to go through some high-level projections of revenues and expenses. And this is all based on the assumption, at this point anyway, that facilities are to reopen by July 3rd of this year. So in terms of the significant revenue impacts to the township, the more significant impact to us is in terms of recreation, aquatics, and culture programming. This includes the impacts to the Fergus Grand Theatre. And through discussions with treasurers that are very similar and from a municipal perspective to us, that seems to be the highest impact for the lower tier, smaller municipalities across the province. So we're looking at a range of between 500,000 to 550,000 in lost revenues due to COVID-19. In addition to that, we're looking at a reduction in investment income projected, and that is a direct result of the reduced prime rate and how much we can get on our bank accounts and our investments. An impact of between $100,000 and $150,000 for the year. And then other revenues, which includes penalties and interest on taxes, NSF revenue, and other miscellaneous revenues that are impacted in various departments, between $90,000 and $120,000. So in total, again, assuming that we are able to open up services in early July, we're looking at a range between $690,000 and $820,000 in terms of revenue impacts to the township. Now, in terms of expenses, and this is where staff are trying to mitigate those projected decrease in revenues. We have the first item here, which is the staff on declared emergency leave. Andy had mentioned previously in the presentation that we have a number of staff that are on declared emergency leave. That provides a savings to the township between $280,000 and $210,000. You'll see the numbers are reversed here because we're talking best case to worst case, so we can compare revenues and expenses in that same fashion. We have delay in hiring of new and seasonal positions. There were a number of new positions approved through the 2020 budget, and we have a number of seasonal positions that are hired annually. We're looking at delaying those hires, which provides a savings between $240,000 and $200,000. And then we have some changes to general operations of the township, which includes savings on fuel, building maintenance, conference, seminar, and training for staff, various operating related costs that are being reduced as a result of the current situation with COVID-19, somewhere between $170,000 and $110,000. which gives an expense mitigation or reduction total of somewhere between 690,000 and 520,000. So when you net that with the revenue reductions on the previous slide, the total net impacts range from no impact up to $300,000. So that's the net impact after we've introduced all of these cost mitigations. So what we are recommending moving forward is that we take the 2019 tax supported operating surplus, which is currently unaudited at $783,130. And we are recommending that this amount be put into a new reserve called the COVID-19 reserve that we would use to fund any net tax supported operating shortfalls within 2020. We do have two attachments included within this report, attachments B and C, that show the qualitative and quantitative analysis that represents this tax supported surplus. And our Deputy Treasurer, Mark Brady, has joined us today to assist with any questions that Council may have on those two appendix data. We are suggesting that at this point anyway, that there's no impact on the water wastewater supporting budgets. Through discussions with infrastructure services staff, we're actually seeing an increase in water usage, and we're not expecting any significant changes in costs from a water wastewater perspective. So it's merely a cash flow thing that we need to manage over time. With respect to cash flow, as Andy mentioned, we are monitoring this on a daily basis. In terms of an update on cash flow, we are still processing the results of the April 30th residential tax due date. I did talk to my tax staff this morning, and in terms of good news, the majority of residents within Center Wellington are continuing to pay their taxes. We're seeing very similar cash flow results now in comparison to a year ago in 2019. So at least at this point, with the April 30th due date, we are seeing relatively little impacts from a cash flow perspective and residents paying their taxes on a timely basis. We do have we've had non-residential due dates on March 31st, and we just had a residential due date on April 30th. If we were to follow normal course of due dates in any normal course of year, our next due date would be June 30th for residential properties. We would have a September 30th due date for residential and non-residential properties. And we would have a November 30th non-residential, multi-residential due date. We are currently reviewing those due dates, and as I said earlier, we are looking at ways to provide further incentives to residents and businesses. So we will be bringing that forward in the council meeting later this month. In terms of addressing cash flow, we have a number of tools at our disposal. The first is to review capital projects that have been approved by council in 2020 and in previous years and categorize them into three categories. So the CAO Managing Directors Group is currently working on this and ensuring that only capital projects are moving forward in the procurement process if they have gone through this categorization. So the first category are capital projects that are proceeding as planned. The second is capital projects that are delayed somewhat, and they are delayed predominantly due to either cash flow and monitoring cash flow of the township, or they are delayed because of staff resources dictate that we need some more time to be prepared for those capital projects. And then the third category is capital that is on hold, and those are projects that are on hold and will be reassessed to continue in 2021. In terms of addressing capital projects and putting them in one of those three categories, it assists staff in managing cash flow and only proceeding on projects when we know cash flow is available. We also have a very healthy reserve balance that can assist us in this area. We can draw on reserves if needed. And we have a temporary borrowing bylaw that was passed by council in December of 2019 that allows us to borrow up to $18 million prior to September 30th, $9 million between October and December of this year in a temporary basis that can help with cash flow as well. So we have a number of tools at our disposal to assist if cash flow becomes a problem. But as I mentioned earlier, as of today, our cash flow is looking pretty good relative to 2019. These are the criteria that the CAO Managing Directors Group are using to prioritize capital projects. First and foremost, we are looking at the health and safety of our residents and staff in moving forward in a capital project. We're looking at projects that are directly required due to COVID-19 as something to use as a prioritization mechanism. The township's role in stimulating the economy. That's something that we talk about frequently amongst treasurers within the province. Each municipality plays a role in stimulating the economy and keeping procurement and capital projects and construction going. At the same time, you're monitoring cash flow and your ability to move forward on capital projects. So it's a balance that we're doing, but I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of our important role in assisting with stimulating the economy. Ability for projects to move forward in 2020 and to create a safe work environment for contractors and vendors that are doing the work is something that we're looking into. Has the procurement process been initiated or is a contract already in place? Are staff resources available to manage the project? What funding sources are being used? And again, is that funding source available from a cash flow perspective? And our ongoing review of cash flow that we do on a weekly and daily basis. In terms of going forward beyond 2021, we do have a number of areas that COVID-19 is going to impact for the 2021 budget and going forward. And we will address these in more detail in pre-budget meetings with council. But some of the more prominent areas of impact, the OLG proceeds obviously is an impact area. Any OLG proceeds received in 2020 go to support the 2021 budget. So we are expecting a decline in OLG proceeds, and we'll provide more information to council on that in pre-budget meetings. Obviously, the reduced interest rates we're seeing right now will have an impact, a negative impact from an investment income perspective, but a positive impact on the cost of borrowing. So we do have a number of projects that have already been approved for debt financing. There are projects going forward in the capital forecast that are recommended for debt financing. So the interest rate does play a role in those calculations. Impact on property taxes also plays a role from a cash flow perspective, how much we're able to show as assessment growth in the 2021 budget, and any write-offs that we may have that flow through into 2021. Development charge proceeds, to the extent that growth is moving forward and development charges are being paid, that may have implications on the growth-related capital projects that we can move forward with in 2021. And then as the province and the federal government update funding sources to the municipalities, that may play a role in this as well. So there are a number of areas that may impact the 2021 budget, and we'll make sure council is kept up to speed on that through the pre-budget meetings that are to start later this year. That concludes our presentation. I'll just turn things back over to Mayor Linton.
Thanks very much, Dan. It's good to see that you and the team are up on this and know exactly what's going on when it comes to money in and money out. Before we turn things over to council, I know that our CAO wanted to mention a couple things, so I'm going to turn it over to Andy just for a second.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. So one of the things that I know will stand out for council is previously, a few months ago, we discussed about staff investigating the termite program and looking at the surplus for possible funding opportunity. This does not preclude that. Our staff are still continuing to work and on that and speaking to Dr. Miles. So we will be looking to bring a report back, I believe, at the end of the May report with some recommendations. And there, if depending on where we have, from the surplus point of view, as Dan mentioned, we do have other reserves that we could use in order to help support a program. Based on my early discussions, it looks like it would be a phased approach with regards to Dr. Miles. So that would need to be looking at what that impact is on the operating budget in the future as well, which we'll have discussions during the operating budget for 221. But I just wanted council to know that staff are aware. That's still in the background with regards to making sure that we bring something forward with some cost estimates and program opportunities with Dr. Miles. And so it does not preclude, just because we're looking to put in the recommending to put the surplus into reserve, that any type of funding source would not be available for whatever program. Staff are well aware if that's something council wants to do, we would have either the surplus, depending on where we see this coming out at the end of July, mid-July, or other reserves that we could be using to help support that program. So we have not forgotten that situation or that report that is required to come back to council. Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you, Dan. I know a lot of work went into this report, and there's a lot of information and research that this is built on top of. So I appreciate staff working so hard to pull all this information together for council. What we'll do right now is we'll go around the room once for council in the order of the virtual council meeting. And this first round is for any questions that you have for Dan or Andy or staff related to anything in the report. And then once that round is done, I'm going to be asking for a mover and a seconder for this report. And then that'll initiate 2 additional rounds of discussion and voting for the council. If you don't feel like you want to say anything, just pass, but this is the best way to get the opinions and the thoughts of councillors in kind of an organized fashion during this virtual meeting. So the first round of questions, I'll start with turning it over to Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Treasurer Dan. Dan, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Councillor Foster.
Thank you. It appears that thank you for your report, Dan, and it's a good one. However, it appears your assumption is based on a July 3rd reopening, and you and I both know, having studied Elora, we would call that a short-term analysis. In fact, that's really quite short-term. We're into May, so we're looking at April, already elapsed, May and June. We've really only looked 3 months. Have you considered, Dan, the medium-term impact and the longer-term impact? I don't see it here. In terms of potential for lost revenue and managing costs. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, pass it over to you.
Through Mayor Linton, to some extent, this includes the medium to long-term implications as well. Obviously, the rec programming piece, the $500,000 to $550,000 in revenue loss would increase if programming were not on July 3rd, and the penalties and interest and miscellaneous revenue would increase as well. But the calculation we did on the staff on declared emergency leave, that savings would also increase beyond July 3rd. So it looks like approximately half of the rec programming revenue that we lose is made up through staffing that are on declared emergency leave. In addition, the assumptions we made on investment income extend as an impact for the entire year. It's not just to July 3rd. It's assuming that we're going to have reduced interest rates for the foreseeable future. And the township general operations in terms of a savings also would reduce or translate into more savings going forward if COVID-19 impacts would extend beyond July 3rd. So it's something we're monitoring on a daily and weekly basis. But obviously the impacts of COVID-19 are changing on a daily and weekly basis as well. So we're keeping up to date on this as much as we can. And if July 3rd ends up not working out from a start perspective, we can be back to council with more numbers in the foreseeable future.
Supplementary question, Your Worship.
Yes, one supplementary, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, I thank you for your answer. I have some concerns. We lost. You mentioned sort of 600,000 to 800,000 as the impact. We've lost March and April hockey season. We've lost major festivals have been canceled. The Ontario Lacrosse Association has recently canceled lacrosse in Zone 8. We're big in lacrosse in Fergus and Elora. We got 3 arenas with no lacrosse happening. I'd be curious to know what is the floor time rental for lacrosse in a full season, because in my view it would exceed the 600,000 to 800,000 alone. Lacrosse being canceled alone may force the loss of 600,000 or 700,000 or 800,000 in revenue, let alone the loss of revenue to the town from canceling the fair, like Highland Games, and canceling all kinds of other events. Can you speak to that, Dan? I think the loss will be far in excess of 600,000 to 800,000.
I think, Dan, I don't think you should be called on to ask those specifics. I think your report pulls everything together, and no money in or money out is not taken into consideration. But if staff do have the answers for a couple of those questions, we're not putting you in a hot seat. If it doesn't come to mind right away, then it's something that we can get back to councillors on. But if you do have any of that information on your fingertips, I'd be okay if you wanted to share it. Andy?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. So Councillor Foster, with regards to the lacrosse and other activities, those have been factored into the numbers that Pat and her staff have been looking at. Our rental rates for arena floor are significantly less in the summertime than they are in the winter. This would be a larger impact if this was happening in December or January, when we had 3 full ice pads and we're charging several $100s an hour per ice pad. Our floor rental rates, and I don't have those in front of us, are significantly less. As you know, lacrosse only goes till midsummer, and then it is no longer continues. So it really is May, June, and a bit of July. The events have already been included within the numbers that Pat supplied us with, other than the few that we just learned about this week. Again, they're very smaller amounts of numbers with regards to that they're only renting our property. They are providing all those services and bringing all the other ancillary services into the site. For example, bleachers and washroom trucks and things of that nature. Those are costs not associated to the township, but third-party operations. So the numbers that you speak of are what, as Dan has reported, that up till July 3rd, our rental rates and things of that nature and cancellation of programs. Beyond the summer, we see significant less rentals with regards to our ice pads after the lacrosse season. And then we're in August, we're getting into preparing ice for the fall season. So it would not be until later in September and October when we would see ice pads being canceled. And that's the next allocations that we're looking at from the financial wise. And I see Dan has a couple other points.
Dan, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just had a moment to pull up the fees and charges by law. And just as an example, prime time ice is $223.65 per hour, and prime time floor is $90.50 per hour.
Okay, thank you very much. Bottom line, though, is all the activities have been pulled into your analysis.
That's correct.
Moving on to Councillor Van Leeuwen.
Thank you. Thanks for this report. I definitely have to say I appreciate the report, and I appreciate you breaking down all the different areas from from the operating results of 2019 as well. And each time I thought, oh, why that's that way it is. There's an explanation into attachment C, so that's very helpful. I look forward to us working through this and working this out to see exactly where it lands, but it looks like there's a good handle on it, so thanks for the report.
Councilor McWayne?
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, I also want to thank you, both you and Andy, for the reports. It's complete. There's a lot of really good information. You've had a lot of work into it. I guess my first concern, well, first of all, I guess I want to say I'm very happy to hear that the termite situation has not been forgotten and can go ahead with or without this surplus. That's good news. My concern is, as much as anything, I think just the wording of the recommendation that the surplus funds be used to fund any net tax supported operating shortfall in 2020. And until we have more detail, we don't know if we need that much funding for tax supported operating shortfall in 2020. So I think that it needs to be reworded. I don't mind putting that money into a reserve, but I don't think it should be identified as tax supported operating shortfall for 2020. And maybe we may need to use some of it for 2021 instead, because we have a shortfall, and we certainly don't want to hit somebody with a 10% tax hike next year because of a shortfall or something of that nature. So I don't think it should be identified as tax shortfall for 2020. I also would say that we still don't have a good handle on some of the numbers, and both Dan and Andy have acknowledged that. So I'd like to make a motion that we defer this actual motion from staff until we have had an opportunity for a committee of the whole meeting to discuss the budget in more detail. And just to follow up on that, if I could, last week, Councillor Van Leeuwen made a statement in the Guelph Today that we don't want to scrap the 2020 budget, but we may want to look at some projects. It's something we'll want to do on an informed basis, and I agree with that concept. I think we need to look at certain things in the budget that may have a huge impact on the 2020 and the 2021 budgets. So I just don't think we're ready for this yet, particularly to identify it as tax supported operating shortfall. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to defer this. For a motion we need a seconder to defer this item. I can think Councillor McWayne laid out the reason behind it. A little bit more information or time is required in order to pass this. So there's no message to defer. It is not open to debate. It is not open to amendment. So I'll ask for a seconder for that motion to defer. Councillor Kittrus has seconded that motion to defer this.
We need a time, though.
So we have lost the councillor. Councillor Foster is trying to reconnect. Councillor Foster, are you back? So Councillor Foster looks like he's trying to call in again. Councillor Foster, are you back? Councillor Foster, are you back yet? I see your square. Oh, there you go. Are you back, Councillor Foster?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you again.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to pause just for a second, just to make sure I'm clear from the clerk what we're going to do here. Okay, so typically what you would have in a motion to defer, there needs to be a reason behind it and a time frame given. So I'm going to turn it to Councillor McElwain. Did you have could you clarify the reasoning behind deferring this? There's a significant amount of work here, and give a time frame.
I think I gave you the reasoning behind it. So the time frame, I would just, I mean, if I would like to do it fairly soon, like probably next month, and probably in June, I would suggest that it come back with, but before that, we need to have a committee of the whole meeting to discuss the budget and get through some salient points of, in particular, the capital budget. We have a bunch of things being deferred and some being going forward and some on hold, and so we don't know any of that stuff. And I think we need to discuss them in more detail before we can make an informed decision on this year's budget and how this money should be used.
And so, Councillor Kitchis, are you still okay with seconding that motion?
I would like to have a time exactly when we make that decision for this motion. I would like to be like in a month or like something tangible, not just whenever. So that's the only thing I'd like to know. I agree with the details needed to, I agree with the rationale. I just think the time needs to be specific. So I don't know. We're supposed to have another meeting at the this month, and it's a budget meeting. So why can't we just do it then, if that's possible? Like, and then we can, and then we already have it scheduled. We just add this to the agenda and make the decision when we have more fulsome data, like these capital projects and the operational stuff. So,
yeah.
So I would rather have it like next meeting in May.
So we have a meeting next May. So a deferral is not allowed debate for council, but I do want to ask our treasurer and our director of corporate services the impacts of pushing this back to the end of May.
Through you, Mayor Linton, the intent was at the next council meeting at the end of May that we would bring forward the 2020 tax rate bylaw, which is a requirement to pass before we can send out final tax bills. So any deviation from what's being proposed, what we're proposing is not to touch the budget and pass the tax rate bylaw. So if you're deviating from that, it would deviate and delay sending out tax bills.
deferral on the table, and now it's required that I ask for the vote for deferring this to the end of May's council meeting. We have a moved by Councillor McElwain, second by Councillor Kittrus. All in favor of deferral to the end of May. Oh yeah, I have to go around. Forgot that we didn't have everybody's face here. Councillor Foster?
I'm in favor, your worship.
Councillor Van Leeuwen?
I'm opposed.
Councillor McElwain?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Kittrus?
Yes.
Councillor Dunsmore?
Opposed.
Councillor McCray?
I'm opposed.
And I'm opposed as well. So that deferral request motion failed. And now we go back to the original motion on the table, and we are at Councillor Kittrus. Sorry, we don't have a motion on the table. We're at the questions opportunity of the report from our CAO and our Director of Corporate Services. So we're at Councillor Kittrus. Councillor Kittrus?
I was wondering why the attachment A was not as detailed as the attachment B for 2020. It seems that you have, when you're making those estimates on the attachment A, where you would have potential revenues, I was just wondering why you obviously calculated some of those things in all those different categories, which is shown in the operating budget and attachment B. And so I'm just wondering why you just didn't show that to us. That's for Dan.
For you? Yeah, I figured that. Dan?
Through you, Mayor Linton, it's similar to the budget process where we're trying to categorize things in a way that is presentable and easy to understand from a council and resident perspective. We do have some detail beyond what is shown in attachment A that we calculated at a staff level, but as I mentioned earlier, this is changing on a daily basis. So we are actually rounding in this case to the nearest $1,000 in the analysis, so that we're attempting to show that this is a high level estimate, and to show more detail wouldn't really provide additional information other than that there's a number of numbers coming into the detailed estimate. So yes, there's more information that could have been provided, but these are high level estimates at this point.
Councillor Kittrus, one supplementary.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. I take issue with the fact that you're asking for basically $500,000 more than your net impact, but you're not willing to show the details of the numbers to us, and you're saying that we wouldn't understand them. Is that what you're saying?
Through Mayor Linton,
So that's a bit of a. Just a second, Dan. That's a bit of a weird question. Are you sure that's the way you want to ask that question, Councillor Kittrus?
I don't understand why we don't get the details when you're asking for $500,000 more than we need almost.
You can respond to that, Dan. I heard the answer in your first answer, but you can respond again if you choose.
Through Mayor Linton, just a point of clarification. The current estimate based on a July 3rd opening of programming is somewhere between no impact and $300,000. We are recommending that the entire surplus go into this reserve, and when the full impact on the 2020 year is known, another report would come forward to council for approval of the COVID-19 reserve. So it'll be fully transparent in terms of how that money is used.
Councillor Dunsmore?
Yeah, Dan, I want to thank you for the report. And I understand that we're putting the $700,000 surplus in there to use only if we need to. Right now, it looks like it'll be 300,000. The other 500 can be carried over, and we'll see what kind of impact the rest of the COVID year has on us and what we're doing. This section is entitled Managing the Impacts of COVID-19. So I've been looking at, we got an email from a couple of residents about an issue, and they wanted it addressed, and I think this is probably the place to put it in, because I know there would be some financial impacts to it. What those financial impacts will be, I don't know. I've taken a high-level look at this project. I understand there are two groups out there. Mental health is very important to a lot of people in this community, and fresh air and exercise and having a community where we can cycle and get out into the fresh air post-COVID-19 or even during COVID-19 is important to them. So I did forward to Pat and the CAO the email that I got, and I asked that staff look at that, meet with those residents. There's another one out there called, I believe, the Green Lane. If we could sit down with them and see if there's a way now that we could look at those projects and try to implement some of them and what the financial implications would be on that. I would appreciate it. As far as your budget report, Dan, goes, I'm for it. The reason I didn't vote for your deferral, Kirk, is that I want to see the tax bylaw go out and that we can collect taxes. I mean, if people can't do it, we're not charging them anyway. We need to bring cash flow in. So I'm not in favor of deferring, and I appreciate the amount of work you put in.
Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. I guess right off the top, I'll just say great summary, Dan. That reassures me that we have a capable hands managing the ship. Kirk, I also agree with you that I'd like to see sort of a listing of the hold, going forward, and delayed projects. Hopefully we'll see that the May 25th. Also, my reason for not supporting your motion was we need to have that tax bylaw in place the 25th. Question I do have, though, is related to our well exploration program. I didn't see it listed in the report. Plus, I want to throw out another idea, and that is the Middlebrook well. I'd like to enter a motion to refer to staff that the approach Nestle to see if they're willing to sell us the Middlebrook well. Before we enter too far into our well exploration program, let's try once more to buy the well. It is a known source of water suitable to our needs, and with its purchase, we are assured of Nestle leaving the township. Otherwise, the well's uncertain future will continue to loom over us as we're, trying to sort out our own well exploration program. So I'm throwing that out there for consideration, because it might also be a cost-saving measure, because if we're looking at 3 wells, plus we've got to get water mains linked to them, I'm just thinking it's cost-saving.
So just to clarify, Councillor McCray, your motion is for staff to your motion is for staff to approach Nestle with the idea of the township, with their willingness to have the township purchase the well from them?
Yes, Mayor Lynn, that's correct.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table. This falls outside of any budget that we've identified, and with the
You need a closed meeting for that.
Yeah, can I just confer with our clerk and our CEO for a minute, because this kind of threw me for a loop here, and I want to make sure we're doing things appropriately. So
Let's not step in anything.
we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Go to the washroom, do what you have to do, and we have to talk a little bit about this, because I don't want to do the wrong thing. Okay, 5-minute recess. Okay, so I'll call this meeting back to order and we'll resume where we left off. The motion on the table, I'm gonna declare that motion is out of order, and the reasoning is that council has already directed that we'll have no discussion with Nestle during the moratorium. And so that still lives, since the moratorium is still on. There also is gonna be a requirement for us to have advice from our solicitor. So I think that has to be on the back burner right now, but there's a reason, a very important reason why it has to go on the back burner. Okay. Any other questions for the report, Councilor McCray?
Yes, no, I'm fine with what you just mentioned there related to my motion. I was probably being a bit of a sneaky dog. I guess the only other thing would be, what is the status of our well exploration program? Because I didn't see anything mentioned.
Okay, Dan, do you have that, or do you want Colin to speak to that?
Probably better for Colin to provide an update.
Okay, Colin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Linton. So I think Dan's report mostly focuses on some of the operating categories, and the well exploration program is a capital project. So not all capital projects are listed in the report, but just to provide an update, it is a work in progress. We are putting together the work plan, and in the process of scheduling a meeting with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks to meet with them, kind of review the work program. We're moving ahead at the same pace as our license renewal as well. So we are looking at the work program as a way to support our water license renewal. So there's a work plan that's due to the ministry at the end of June of this year. And so we are marrying the groundwater exploration program with some of the work that's going to be required as part of that work plan going to the ministry. So it's in the works. Bit of a detour here with the pandemic, but in the background, it's still moving forward.
Thank you, Colin. I'm going to read the recommendations, then we'll go around the table again. And we probably don't remember what that is anyway, what we're talking about. So the recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington approve the allocation of the 2019 year-end tax-supported operating surplus in the amount of $783,130 to the new COVID-19 reserve, and that these surplus funds be used to fund any net tax-supported operating shortfall in 2020. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that report? Councillor Dunsmore moves it, and Councillor Van Leeuwen seconds it. And now we'll go around the room, starting with Councillor Foster. Any discussion, your thoughts on that, Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, this report and this presentation, in my view, just shows how unprepared we are to manage our money in this pandemic, and how unprepared we are for the pandemic itself. Dan's report shows $28.9 million in tax-supported budget. That includes, presumably that includes the user fees. I think we have, and we've only gone as far as the 3rd of July. And that is a very short-term look at our finances, and it's a very short-term look at the impact on our finances of the pandemic. And I foresee a much larger impact on our tax revenue and on our user fee revenue than what is stated in the report. We have $29 million expected to come in. That's what we budgeted for. In my view, we've lost at least a third of our user fees. Lacrosse season, as I mentioned already, the loss of 6 weeks of hockey season, the loss of rental revenue from the festivals, and all kinds of other sources of township revenue. We have a lot of ice floor time in lacrosse, and it's roughly $90 an hour. And just about every team has 30 hours of game time and another 20 hours of practice time every single summer, and we have 30 to 40 teams. That's a huge loss of revenue, and we haven't even considered it. At least I sure don't see it in the report. We are also going to lose and or defer at least some of our tax revenue. And it too is far in excess of 690,000 to 820,000. We don't know what the full impact is going to be. And we've only looked as far as the 3rd of July. That tells me we're unprepared financially, and that's a recipe for financial problems and potentially even bankruptcy. I think we need to leave the 2019 operating surplus right where it is, on reserve, until we have a clearer picture of the financial impact of the pandemic. Thank you.
Councillor Belwood?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I think that I want to be really clear as to why I approve this motion, and it's mostly because it's about what the motion says it does, and to be clear, what it's not saying it's going to do. It's saying that we're taking the 2019 surplus and we're putting it in a glass jar to hold it in safekeeping while we see which pieces we're going to come up with shortfalls in the 2020 budget. That's what the recommendation says. It doesn't say if we're going to defer any. It doesn't say if we're going to go forward with any. All those decisions are to be made on a case by case as we continue and as need arises. Literally, and to Councillor Foster's point, it literally is like saying, let's hold those funds in a general reserve. We just happen to hold them in a glass jar called shortfall funds for a rainy day. So I'm very supportive of it. I think that we need to set those funds aside, continue with detailed planning. And one thing I've learned, the landscape of life is changing so quickly. When it comes to business, when it comes to anything, we don't know 2 weeks from now, we could be rolling high speed, or we could be sitting back in isolation still. So therefore, I think putting it in a little glass jar and waiting is a very smart and wise decision. So I support this.
Councillor McElwain?
I would just like to say what I said previously. Actually, it's just the second sentence of the recommendation says that these funds are to be used to fund any net tax supported operating shortfall in 2020, and I don't think we want to limit it to that. And that's, I still think it needs rewording. If obviously the motion is going to get passed, but I think that sentence should be reworded to indicate that it can be used to fund tax supported operating shortfall in 2020 as one of multiple options that may be out there. We don't know what those options are because we don't know enough about where we are in the budget or what we were going to be doing in the budget for next year. It's just too definitive at this point to word it that way.
Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. I have some problems understanding this COVID reserve. I would actually like to know what other reserves have been tapped into. So that's a question. This report, from a business person's perspective, has a lot of words, but not very many numbers. But it's asking for a lot of money. One of the things that has not been considered here is that residents and taxpayers are paying for services that they're not getting. There should be a refund to those citizens that are taxpayers. And instead, we just want more money. And we haven't fully disclosed. It's all in general terms, the capital projects, the high-level operating funds. And I can tell you as a business person, my controller, within 3 days, could estimate with the numbers given what the impact would be in the marketplace. But here we are at a meeting, and we're getting a lot of words about what they did. I'd like to see the timesheets on the hours worked, and that's an HR problem in itself because everyone's working at home, and how do they know? So there's so many ifs and about this. There's not enough information here to just be a blank check, as the word is going around here. And it is, because we don't have enough information here to make. That's why I was for the deferral, so that we would get more information. And we're already deferring the tax payments. That has passed. We passed that. So this emergency, not to have something at the end of the month that's more fulsome to make a informed decision, I just don't think it's responsible. I think that, what I said earlier, citizens have paid, and now most of the funds that they're losing, it's not just the fees that they have to pay AXTR, it's supported with tax dollars that they're not getting anything for. And so that has to be a real consideration. And that's why you need to have more information, and you needed to have more meetings with those representatives and not declare it as non-essential, to meet more often, to look at this and to see more details. You're talking in details, but you only are asking for more money. And you're doing it privately, you're not open to the public as in this meeting. So I have problems with this. That's why I wanted a deferral. I think we could have easily gotten the information and had a fulsome discussion with actual numerical detail. And unfortunately, it'll probably pass today because the same people vote, always the same.
Councilor Dunsmore?
So first, I'm happy with the report. It's a high level. I don't see where anybody is asking for more money. We have a reserve. We have extra money, and they're putting it to offset any implications from COVID-19. I take issue with the fact that taxpayers aren't getting any services. I turn on my tap, I get water. I flush my toilet, it goes away. I have roads I drive on to go to the grocery store, they're still there. Councillor Foster, fear-mongering in the time of a crisis is ridiculous. This township has strong reserves. They've been good financial stewards of the taxpayers' money for years now, and we are not anywhere near bankruptcy. And to put that out there in a public meeting right now to stir fear in the middle of a crisis is incompetent. And I take issue with it. Perhaps, Councillor, we can rely on you to not spend 52.75% of the councillor's budget next year and dial back your expenses if we're that close to bankruptcy. I support this motion.
Councilor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linden. I do not support Councillor Foster and Kittrus's concerns. I also agree with what Councillor Dunsmore said. What I see is that putting money into a reserve to used for any shortfalls that may happen makes sound business sense. In terms of not keeping value from their like in terms of Councillor Kitcher saying that taxpayers aren't getting the value in terms of the taxes they put aside. In fact, we have infrastructure that is still deteriorating, that still needs to be fixed and replaced. So I don't agree with that. So I agree with the recommendation.
Okay, I'll allow for one more round, and if you could indicate any last new pieces of information and new thoughts, that'd be great. And just at the end of your comments, if you could let us know if you're going to vote in favor or opposed to the recommendation. I'll read the recommendation one more time, and then I will start our third round. The recommendation reads that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington approve the allocation of the 2019 year-end tax-supported operating surplus in the amount of $783,130 to a new COVID-19 reserve, and that these surplus funds be used to show any net tax-supported operating shortfall in 2020. Councillor Foster.
Are we able to speak, Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor Foster, if you could say any last new comments and then indicate your vote on this matter, that would be great.
Yeah, I want to respond to both Councillor Dunsmore and Councillor Van Leeuwen. Councillor Van Leeuwen, I don't think this is a glass jar at all. We gave the CAO a blank check. I stand by my remarks about the blank check, and we're now putting money into the bank account so that it can be spent. This is indeed a blank check, and I think that's a problem. Councillor Dunsmore, I have spoken about bankruptcy. I have spoken about good financial management, and that is a problem if money is not managed well. You know that. You and I have discussed it in the past. The stakes are high if you do not manage your money well. And other cities and towns are indeed talking about bankruptcy. So it is not fear-mongering. It is essential that we manage our money well. This report only goes as far as July the 3rd. It doesn't fully consider the impact of this pandemic. It doesn't even look at our revenue losses in detail. So yes, there is a serious financial potential here. And I don't think you should be accusing anyone of fear-mongering. That is a counterproductive argument, Neil, and I'd like you to withdraw it. Most importantly, this money needs to stay on the 2019 reserve because we have no idea just how badly our township finances are going to be impacted. The money needs to stay until we have a clear picture of the impacts financially of the epidemic. The report just shows me just how unprepared we are to manage our finances well. I see it. There's the lack of detail. Staff's asking for the money so that it can be spent. We have no idea and no clear picture what the impact is going to be on our financial picture. And that, Neil, is a recipe for financial failure. And I don't want to see my hometown fail financially. So I vote no. This is a terrible idea.
Councillor Van Leeuwen.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, where do I start? Putting it in setting it aside in a glass jar or reserve, whatever we want to call it, we can't leave it in a 2019 reserve because just like any business year end, you have to dedicate that funds to some type of reserve or spend it. Putting it into some type of reserve is a smart business way to go, especially for the township. And I think that is until we figure out all the little details that happen, that's the right way to go. And also, this is all based off of our budget. So it's not a blank check. And I think that we'll find that we'll use these funds as the need arises based off the budget, based off of our staffing. So I think it's a wise decision. I've said what I need to say.
Councillor McElwain.
I guess I don't want to repeat what I've already said as far as the wording of the recommendation. I still think it's wrong. I still think that we need to be having discussions before we make this decision. And that was voted down, but so it's unfortunate, but we're going to be going forward, obviously, with a lack of information, and it's going to go into reserve. We're all saying it should be in a reserve. It's just a matter of what the definition of that reserve is, and as long as it's reserved for tax-supported operating shortfall in 2020, then to me it's a bad reserve. It could be called anything, but to have it defined for that specific purpose is wrong.
Councilor Kittredge?
I asked a question previously. I didn't get any answer.
You specify what question that was?
I asked what other reserves were being used by the municipality.
You want to respond to that, Andy?
Can you clarify with regards to reserves specifically for covering revenue losses from COVID?
Not losses, expenses. Just generally, are you using the reserves, the building reserve? Which reserves are you using to cover expenses for our operations?
Yeah. So we are using reserves to pay for capital projects as approved by the council in the 2020 budget. So staff are not doing any additional use of reserves other than that's what's being approved by council in the 2020 budget.
Any last comments, Councilor Kittredge, and a vote?
I asked about the operating, so that didn't really answer my question. But in final comments, I have to say that Councillor Dunsmore and Councillor Ian McCrae misunderstood that I was talking about the recreation aquatics. That's where the major expenses and the loss are. But they also are lost because people are not using those. They're not even using passive parks because they're not allowed to use some of those parks where they have playgrounds. So those are things that residents pay taxes for, and they're not getting. That's a loss of a service. And so that's what I was saying. I'm not disputing that they're using roads or water. And that's the clarification. So they were really throwing a red herring out there and misinterpreting what I was saying. Generally, I have to say that I'm disappointed that we don't get the details and we didn't get a quantitative analysis like I was expecting, like attachment B would be, where you go over each category and you see where you have losses and what you need, because then I could understand why they want to allocate some monies to those things. But just to generalize that we need this funds and that I don't really know where exactly it's going to go because you haven't given any details of it. And so I'm against this.
Councillor Dunsmore?
Yeah, first off, I won't retract my statement. I do believe it's fear-mongering. We have strong reserves. This is a crisis that's going to last. We have no idea how long it's going to last, but we have good reserves. We are a township that hasn't traditionally borrowed money, and we may have to do that at some point. but we're nowhere near bankruptcy. And right now we're in a recession, and we're about to go into a depression. And when we go into a depression, it's government's job to seed the money and we get the economy going again. So those are the things we can look at long term. But we're not in any trouble of going bankrupt. And that's what I want the people of Center Wellington to understand. We've been good stewards of the money. We have strong reserves. And in the short term, this township is not about to go bankrupt. And I'm for this.
Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. I'm still in favor of this. I mean, what I see is that staff are doing an excellent job in terms of keeping an eye on the ball and seeing what money revenues are coming in, what expenses we're considering spending. And so what I see is that they will continue to keep looking forward in multiple month increments to see how things are running. As far as what reserve we put this money in, at the end of the day, whether we call it the COVID-19 reserve or some other name, council still has that opportunity, if asked by staff, to have money moved from one reserve to another. So all we're doing is parking this money for future use if we see we need it. So I see nothing wrong with this. And some of the other comments I'm hearing, I'm just sort of shaking my head and saying we're right back to the politics again.
Okay, just a couple comments from me. Thanks for the discussion. I just wanted to make it clear to members of council, because some of the comments make me think that this isn't clear. We'll only use what we need to use out of this reserve. And Dan, our Director of Corporate Services, and his team have a very good handle on money in and money out. And if this reserve isn't required, it'll be parked and be able to be used on other initiatives and other operations. So that's kind of the nature behind it. So again, appreciate all the work that our staff did on this. They provided the detail that we need to make the policy decision. And some of the other comments that came out today really are CAO and staff comments. And not governance direction comments. So I'm glad that we'll see this moving ahead. So I just wanted to recap then. Councillor Foster voted against this recommendation. Councillor Van Leeuwen voted in favor. Councillor McWade voted against. Councillor Kittredge voted against. Councillor Dusmore voted for. And Councillor McCray voted for. And I am voting for as well. So based on that, this recommendation is passed. Okay, moving on to 8.2, natural gas program expansion in Belwood. I think this is good news. We have a report from our CEO, Andy Goldie, on this. Andy, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. Councillors that have been on council previously will remember this from previous term. So the province has a new natural gas program in order to support new distribution of gas to areas that do not have it. So it is called the Natural Gas Expansion Support Program. It was released at the end of last year, and the details have just come out later in February of this year. The program very much clearly sets out that municipalities need to work with the private sector gas supplier, who are the ones that put in the applications to the province. Belwood has been identified for a number of years as a key location that will make a good business sense for natural gas providers. So again, we've been working with Enbridge. Last time this was with Union Gas. Enbridge is now taken over by or purchased out by Enbridge. So we've been working with their staff now. In fact, the mayor and I met with the new Enbridge staff at Roma in January to discuss this program. The council and the community have been very supportive in the past. At the end of the day, what happens is that the capital investment assets taxes are covered over as part of the initial investment. There is no tax loss to the municipality with regards to impact. What we're looking here for is support to Enbridge to make an application on behalf of the Township of Center Wellington to service Belwood and any other communities that they feel they can make the business case for, in order that they can supply the application into the province early in June. Anticipation, if Enbridge was approved, it would be 21-22 before that service would be up and running. As you can see as part of the chart on the appendix, natural gas is a substantial saving to the homeowner. There are additional costs to the homeowner for the implementation of this. However, over the longer term and through the life cycle, that it does help reduce their energy cost over the life cycle in their buildings. So what we're looking for is council to support the resolution and authorizing the mayor to send a support letter through to Enbridge, which would be included as part of the application to bring natural gas out to Belwood.
And Andy, if I could just ask you, the only second part of that recommendation is the financial contribution. If you could just go over that quick, that'd be great.
Sure. So financially, so it is looking at about a $10,000, and they would pay in taxes. We would, similar to the TIG, we would reimburse those taxes for the first number of years, and then for 10 years, and then from years 11 to 40, the township would continue to see that investment tax from Enbridge as part of the regular taxes. So this is basically a deferral program to pay for the help assist with the capital, that we would be deferring the taxes. They would pay them, and then we would redistribute them back to the amount about $100,000 over 10 years. So very similar to the TIG. Then moving forward, the positive cash flow by the municipality from Enbridge, continuing to pay taxes on that capital investment.
Thanks, Andy. Good news for the people of Belwood, for sure. First round, questions, areas of clarification. Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak in favor of this motion. It's a good one. We're building hard infrastructure. The residents of Belwood will benefit from lower costs of heating their homes. I think it's an excellent idea, and I'm in favor of it. And it has a great benefit for the residents of Belwood. So I'll be voting in favor of this, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Van Miller?
Yeah, I would say the same thing. This is, repeat what Councillor Foster said, good for Belwood. And I like the fact that our only investment is deferral of taxes. There's no upfront cash, and we wouldn't get those taxes if they weren't putting in the ground anyway. So that's a good way for us to invest. So I'm in favor of this for sure. Thanks.
Councillor McElwain?
Also very much in favor of this.
Councillor Kitchen?
I'm in favor of this.
Councillor Dunsmore?
Great idea. Let's do it.
Councillor McCray?
I agree with my fellow councillors. This is a great idea.
Okay, so I'm going to read the recommendation, get the mover second, then we'll go right to a vote. That's a long one. Whereas access to natural gas infrastructure is limited in parts of the township of Center Wellington, and increased access will provide more affordable and reliable energy. And whereas expanding access to natural gas within Center Wellington, Belwood, is a key strategic priority supported by council. And whereas access to natural gas and residents, farms, and businesses will provide an economic advantage. And whereas natural gas access can provide residents on higher emitting fuels with a lower carbon energy source that will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington formally supports an application submitted by a natural gas distributor, Enbridge Gas Inc., or a supplier to the Government of Ontario for a grant from the Provincial Natural Gas Expansion Support Program to expand the natural gas system to service Center Wellington, Belwood, or any other areas in Center Wellington, and that council supports making a financial contribution towards the proposed project in the amount equivalent to the property tax that would be recovered on the new natural gas infrastructure for a period of 10 years as a financial support to the proposed project per the Ontario Energy Board OEB guidelines for natural gas expansion support program, and that the mayor be authorized to sign the required support letter for Enbridge, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded along with the application to Ontario's natural gas expansion support program. Do I have a mover for that recommendation?
So moved, Your Worship.
Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Dunsmore. Any opposed? And that is carried. Moving on to 8.3, the Granwood Gate Park Development Agreement, and we have a report from our Managing Director of Community Services, Pat Newsom. Let you speak to your report, Pat. Pat, we can hear a lot of noise, but no speaking at all. No, we're catching somebody having a conversation, but it's not you. You could just have a really bad connection. And Andy, are you able to speak to this? Pat, we're just going to let Andy speak to it. It's not because you said anything wrong. You just didn't say anything at all.
Thanks, Mayor Linton, and on behalf of Pat. So this is another good news story for our community, and the fact that we have Right Haven Homes, Stephen Wright, bringing forward the opportunity that as he develops Granwood Gate subdivision, which is underway now, that he has worked on an agreement with the township that he will provide the park at no. We have a small minor cost with regards to servicing it for the building or for the park, but that Granwood is picking up all other costs with regards to the development of the park, which is typically paid through DCs. So this will impact in a positive way. Less DCs required for the Granwood Park development, and therefore ensuring that we have additional development costs to make other parks and other properties more beautiful in the community. I think on behalf of staff, we want to thank Stephen for stepping up in supporting our community. And I think just want to confirm, Carrie, that in the last agenda sent out, there are some photographs or illustrations of the park design that Stephen has worked on with the trail and sitting area and play equipment. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Carrie. So these are, you can just flip through. Oh, okay. So he's provided us some concepts of the park, which staff have been working with Stephen with, and the costing. This is a park area that was provided to the municipality as part of the overall Granwood many years ago, and now it's going to be developed for the neighborhood to be able to use. And we're very pleased that Stephen has did this on behalf of the community and providing another great, beautiful park open space for the municipality.
Yeah, that is good news when we have positive corporate leaders who want to do something for the community like this. Any question? I'll first ask if there's any questions from council. Again, going in the same order. Councillor Foster.
No questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Van Leeuwen.
No, I think Pat said it best. I'm left. So I got nothing. It's a generous contribution, and I appreciate it very much. The township will as well.
Councillor McLean. Councillor McLean, you're still on mute.
There we go. I'm in favor of this. It's a great offer from Right Haven.
Councillor Kitcher.
I'm in favor of this. It's a very generous offer from the Right Haven Homes.
Councillor Dunsmore.
Yeah, I would just like to say thank you to Right Haven Homes. I know that they've got to be struggling with the economy the way it is, and yet he stood by his commitment to this, and it's great to see good businesses like this in our township. So thank you.
Councillor McCray?
This is a wonderful offer from Right Haven Homes, and I'm very appreciative, and I think the community will be too. And also, I like the fact that he's having a memorial tree program on top of that. So well done to Right Haven Homes.
Great. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a park development agreement between the Township and Right Haven Homes Limited for the Granwood Gate Parklands, and that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington recognize the generous contribution by Right Haven Homes to undertake and complete the park's development and works at the expense of Right Haven Homes Limited by way of social media and grand opening ceremony. Move to that recommendation. Councilor McCray. Councillor McElwain, all in favor? Sorry, any opposed? Threw you off there. And that's carried. Just wanted to extend my thanks to Steve Wright and the Right Haven Homes group. It's great to have home builders with that sense of community in Center Wellington, and it makes our town even better because of it. So thank you very much for this generous contribution. Can we just test that you're there? No, we still can't hear your voice. I can see your head nodding. I can see you laughing now. I can see that, but we can't hear your voice. Sorry. Sorry, 8.4, request for proposal of Bryant Park. Report from our purchasing and risk supervisor. Andy, you want to speak to that, did you say? Dan, you want to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Linton. So this is a proposal for the design, supply, delivery, and installation of an outdoor accessible washroom, mechanical building, playground, and splash pad for O'Brien Park in Elora. We advertised the proposal as we normally do and had 3 general contractors bid on this proposal. We had a selection committee made up of our Managing Director of Community Services and our landscape architect and urban forestry project manager review those submissions. They had a number of criteria that they used in the evaluation. Selection committee recommendation is to award to the highest scored proponent, which is Yard Weasels Inc. at an upset limit of $400,500 plus HST. We have some concepts of the design shown in attachment B to the report. We're very mindful of the restrictions of COVID-19, as well as the requirements from a health and safety perspective once the project is able to get up and running. And we did make some necessary tweaks to the proposed contract that allows some flexibility in terms of when the project can start. The attachment A shows the financial analysis to the proposal. Overall, we are within the budget for the splash pad, the playground, and the washroom mechanical building. There is a reallocation required to the washroom mechanical building capital project, and that is simply because the mechanical building was part of the splash pad budget. So we need to reallocate some funding from the splash pad playground over to the mechanical room component of the washroom in order to balance within the 3 capital projects. But overall, we are within budget allocations. And the recommendation is to award this proposal to Yard Weasels Inc. in the amount of $400,500, excluding contingency and excluding HST, and that the funding be revised as outlined in my report.
Thank you very much, Dan. Any questions on this project from council? Councillor Foster?
I don't have questions so much, Mayor, but one thing I'd like to point out is that exclusive of contingency and HST really means if we include it, as often there is a contingency, you're really talking about $500,000. 10% added for contingency and add on HST on top, you're into the $500,000 mark. So the 405 is accurate, but doesn't tell the full story. I, Mayor, think this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. I like the idea of investing in our parks and our infrastructure, but given that we have no idea what our financial impact is going to be, I'd like to make a motion that we defer this item for 1 year. Desirable as it is, I don't think we should spend this money right now. Motion to defer 1 year, 2021. We reconsider after we have a clearer picture of COVID-19 and the financial impacts on the municipality.
Okay, so you were making a motion to defer, which is fine to do, but you also asked the question before. You also made some stated some facts about this being close to $500,000. So I'd like Dan to at least be able to let us know what the total cost is when you include contingency. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. Attachment A to the report shows the total project breakdown. Total anticipated cost of $474,660, which includes contingency, non-rebate HST, project management, utilities, everything. So we're fully transparent in attachment A of what the total project costs are.
Kelly,
I just want to get a clarification on something else from Andy before we act on your motion to defer. Andy?
Yeah, just clarity as Pat can't speak into it. So this project was actually deferred out of last year, and we do have a requirement to address the splash pad due to ministry requirements with the current splash pad. They will not allow it to reopen, given the current condition and the equipment. So that is part of the reason why this project would be is recommended to move forward.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. So we have a motion to defer. Motion to defer is not open to debate, but we do need a seconder on this motion. Councillor Foster did indicate what the reason was, and he indicated a time frame after the 2021 budget. Is there a seconder for this motion to defer this project? Okay, seeing none, this motion to defer is defeated, and we'll go back to our original motion. And next up is Councillor Van.
Thanks, through you, Mayor. Yeah, it's good to see the budget. I'm always excited when I see a local company win it as well. So I think that this is where we see the municipality, even in these things, create, the economy continues to roll. This is good. I do have a question for Dan, perhaps, and it's more, maybe I'm overreading it. I haven't seen. Are these funds coming from development charges reserve from previously, or is these, where are they all coming from again? Just remind me.
Yeah, through Mayor Linton, the splash pad and the playground are under our equipment replacement reserves. So because it's a replacement of existing equipment, they're not DC eligible. And the washroom was a capital project that I believe was passed in the 2019 budget, and it was funded through OLG funds.
Okay, so the funds are already set aside for this project. They're collected and in setting there.
That is correct.
Councillor McElwain?
Thank you. I had a similar question. First of all, I know it was deferred last year, and I'm very much in favor of it going forward. But I was questioning the 41,550 includes contingency. Then because I didn't see contingency in there, and so I was wondering about that myself. So I assume that 41,000 includes the contingency then, Dan. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Linton, yes, the 41,550 includes building permits, a water bill bottle station, and project contingency.
Councillor Kittrus?
I was wondering what, this is a question for Dan. I was wondering what the actual bids were for these three companies, because I noticed that in 8.5, we have all the bids, the numbers, and 8.6 and all the other ones. But for this one, we don't have the bids, the actual numbers. So I was wondering if you could provide that.
Through Mayor Linton, with requests for proposals, which is this report, as well as the wastewater rate study report, which is another proposal that we're dealing with later in the agenda, we are not allowed to release particulars in the proposal submissions, including the price itself. So that's something we're not allowed to disclose through RFPs.
So Dan, just clarify then, when we do list the costs to the companies that do put in a bid, what process are we using when we do that?
Those are requests for tenders. So it's a tender where the lowest eligible cost wins the bid, where a proposal is an evaluation of the content of the proposal plus the price. So we are not allowed to disclose the content of those proposals through that process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Passmore?
I've got no questions. I'm for this.
Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. I really like what's being proposed for O'Brien Park because it's a number of different things. First of all, it's great to see another water bottling station being installed within the community. We have another public washroom going in. This one's located next to a tourist parking area. Plus also it's on a cycling route, and it's great to see that there's also a bike repair station that's being proposed for this park as well. So again, it's just showing our commitment as a community that promotes active transportation. So I think this is great.
Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington award request for proposal number 07-20 regarding the construction of O'Brien Park, Clyde, and Water Streets, Elora to Yard Weasels, Inc. in the amount of $400,500, excluding contingency and HST, and that the funding for this proposal be revised as outlined in report COR 2020-06 dated May 4th, 2020. Can I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor McElwain, seconded by Councillor Dunsmore. Any opposed?
Mayor, I love the attributes of the program. I think it is a good program. I'd like to see us spending on our parks, but I am opposed only because I don't think we should be committing $500,000 on this project right now. There's no doubt in my mind it's a desirable project, but I do think it is a discretionary project, and we ought to defer it for a year. Therefore, I'm opposed.
Any others opposed? And that carries. Moving on to 8.5. Request for tender 2120 for the repainting of our Scotland Street water tower. Dan, do you have anything that you want to talk to about this one?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Linton. Before I get into the details of the tender results, I believe Colin has a technical update on the project.
Colin?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Thanks, Mayor Linton. So just to provide some insight into the project, I know we discussed it during budget, but it is an interior repainting or recoating of the Scotland Street Tower, which is the one in the south end of Fergus, down by the high school. And essentially, there's an interior coating that is going on about 27 years old now. So if we get 20 years out of a coating inside a tank, we're doing pretty good. This one's 27 years now. So basically we had an inspection done back in 2017 and recommended that the coating be replaced. I think that's about all to add. The work will be done. We've got a deadline for the work at the end of September of this year. And so the outside of the tank won't change appearance, but this is just on the inside. I'll hand it back over to Dan.
Dan?
Thanks, Colin. So we had 11 registered plan takers, 3 firms submitted as shown in my report. The bids were checked for errors and omissions by trade and engineering. None were found, and the recommendation is to award to Jacques Doust Coating Management, Inc. at a contract price of $379,400, which includes contingency but excludes HST. My analysis is shown in the financial implications section with respect to budget, with all proposed costs associated with the project. Total project costs are approximately $425,956. The approved budget through the 2020 budget was for $400,000. Therefore, we need an additional $25,956 from the Water Capital Reserve. And we have approximately $3.5 million in that reserve in uncommitted funds, so it won't be a problem from a funding perspective.
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you, Colin. Questions from council? Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. A question for Colin, if I could. 2 questions, actually, Colin. And one is that word epoxy inside of a drinking water tank. I wondered if you could help me understand. Is the coating water-based rather than solvent-based? And just put my mind at ease that, and I already kind of know the answer to this, but I just want to hear it from you as an expert. It's safe for drinking, and tell me about the constituent parts of the coating that's to be used.
So yes, thank you for your question through Mayor Linton. So yeah, so these are materials that are approved by the American Waterworks Association. So I can get into the specifics, but it's a D102 ICS-3 system is what we spec'd in the tender. And essentially, yeah, these are coatings that are used in reservoirs all over North America. These are approved products to be used in drinking water reservoirs, so and elevated tanks as well. So yeah, that's the product, and of course, no concerns to the community as a result.
Supplementary, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Colin. Do you specifically know, Colin? What does it use for a solvent inside the paint? Is it a water-based solvent? Do you know? And secondly, what are the implications if this work is not done?
To Councillor Foster, through Mayor Linton, the exact chemical properties of the coating, I don't have at my fingertips, but we can certainly get that to you for information. And sorry, what was your follow-up question there? You just kind of blanked out for a second.
Presumably this has an impact on the porosity of the tank. It will. Can you tell me what are the implications of not doing this work?
Okay. So implications of not doing the work. So the existing coating is starting to disappear. And essentially when that occurs, a corrosion starts. So it's basically now the bare steel of the tank is exposed. And if left uncoated, the kind of pitting, the corrosion will continue to the point where the tank starts to leak. And then there's a major problem with a major fix after that. So it's definitely a good maintenance item to do to proactively recoat the inside to prevent any sort of corrosion from occurring.
Councillor Van Duylen?
Thank you, Colin.
Oh, I think this is a good project to get done and quite mandatory. We need to keep our water in good quality as well.
Councillor McElwain?
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick question, I guess, to Colin. How long is the water tower out of commission? And is there, given it's during the summertime when there could be more water usage, is it an issue?
Through Mayor Linton, yeah, good question. So the contractor we're still waiting to get their schedule. We'll get the kickoff meeting after this, but what we expect is it'll be out of service for approximately 6 weeks while the recoating is done, and then when they bring it back into service, we have to do some testing, some sampling on the interior. So it's probably about 6 to 8 weeks in total. And in terms of operations, we can, if there's a major water demand issue such as fire, we can pump the wells at a higher rate. We can also open up water from the higher zone in Fergus, the north end of Fergus, to supply water from the Guard Shore Tower in case of higher demands within that zone. So really, we don't see any concerns under normal operations. Under a fire flow scenario, we have the opportunity to address that too with some of the backup systems we have in place.
Councillor Kittredge?
No questions.
Councillor Dunsmore?
No questions, a needed project.
Councillor McCray?
No questions. Definitely a needed project.
I'll read the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington award request for tender number 21-20 regarding the interior repainting of the Scotland Street Water Tower to Jacques Doist Codex Management Inc. at a contract price of $379,400, including contingency and excluding HST, and that the funding for the project be revised as outlined in report COR 2020-23 dated May 4th, 2020. Do I have a mover for that recommendation?
So moved. So moved.
Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Dunsmore. Any opposed? And that is carried. 8.6, request for proposal 11-20, water and wastewater rate study. And we have a report that was put together by Sandi, our purchasing risk supervisor. Colin, did you want to talk? Sorry. Dan, did you want to talk to this report? Colin, you can if you want.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Linton. So this is a proposal for the completion of a water and wastewater rate study and water and wastewater financial plans. We're looking for consultants to assist us with this process. It is a requirement of obtaining our drinking water license, which I believe has to be renewed in early 2021. As per Ontario Regulation 45307, we need water financial plans and a wastewater financial plan to submit with the drinking water license application. So this consultant will assist us in projecting water and wastewater rates over the next 10 years, starting with the 2021 year. So that'll include projecting customers and water consumption, forecasting water and operating and capital budgets, wastewater operating capital budgets, review of our asset data from a replacement, rehabilitation, and maintenance perspective, and a look at what level of service we intend on providing from a water and wastewater perspective. So we had 8 registered plan takers, 3 responses. The selection committee made up of the Managing Director of Corporate Services, Managing Director of Infrastructure Services, and the Manager of Finance and Deputy Treasurer reviewed each of the responses. And the recommendation is to award to the highest scored proponent, which is BMA Management Consulting, Inc., at an upset limit of $28,330 plus HST. The 2020 budget provided $60,000 for this project, $30,000 from the Water Capital Reserve, $30,000 from the Wastewater Capital Reserve. So we are well within budget allocations for this project. So we recommend award to BMA Consulting.
Thank you, Dan. Questions, comments from members of council? Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, you and I both took business 467 at Laurier, as did Mark Brady. And it deals with the subject of allocation of overhead. It's one of the classic problems in accounting, and that's what we're really talking about here. I have great faith in you as a chartered accountant, and Mark as well. And I believe we have 3 chartered accountants on staff. Why can't we do this work ourselves, Stan?
Yeah.
Through Mayor Linton, it's very much a workload issue. The staff do not have the time and resources to conduct a wastewater rate study with everything else going on.
Councillor Van Loon?
Thanks. Yeah, I guess this is the kind of planning we need to be done, and I think it's what we got to get going on so that we know how to, what our fees will be into the future as well. Thanks.
Councillor McElwain?
No comment.
Councillor Kittrus?
I was wondering if there was going to be any comparators with other municipalities in terms of our water rates, and in whether this was be part of this study.
Dan?
Through Mayor Linton, yes, we included in the scope of work to do a comparator analysis with both neighboring municipalities and comparable municipalities, and that will be presented to council when we are approving the study at the end of the project.
Councillor Kittrus, follow on?
Who chooses the comparator municipalities?
Through Mayor Linton, that will be a discussion between the consultant and the staff project team that is responsible for working on this project, which would include the Managing Director of Infrastructure Services and myself.
Councillor Dunsmore?
No questions.
Councillor McCray?
No questions.
Okay, I'll read the recommendations that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington award request for proposal 11-20 regarding the completion of the water and wastewater rate study and financial plans to BMA Management Consulting Inc. at a total upset limit of $28,330 exclusive of HST. I move for that recommendation. Councillor Dunsmore, seconded by Councillor McCray. Any opposed?
Mayor, I am opposed. I still do not see why, and I am not convinced that we cannot do this cost accounting work in-house. We've got 3 accountants on staff as well as some good accounting staff. We ought to be able to do this ourselves. I'm opposed on that basis, even though the work is needed for our water certification. I think we ought to be able to do it ourselves.
Thanks. Any others opposed? And that carries. Moving on to 8.7, request for tender for the Pier restoration of the Jack R. MacDonald Bridge. And we have a report from Dan. Did Colin want to speak to this first, or just go straight to Dan?
Yes, Colin has a technical review first.
Okay, Colin?
All right, thanks, Dan. Thanks, Mayor Linton. So as council recall from our budget discussions, the existing piers, the Jack R. MacDonald Bridge, do require some restoration work to the masonry, particularly below the water line. There's quite a bit of mortar missing around the block, below the water line, a little bit above as well, just from the years of kind of the shear forces from ice and the high flows going through that area. So this project addresses those issues. It allows for new mortar right down to the base of the river. And it's just some of the things, a description of the works is provided in the report. But essentially, the contractor will be gaining access to the riverbed through the parking area just immediately to the east of the kind of approach to the pedestrian bridge. So they'll be building an access road down the bank and on the riverbed with some culverts in it to allow for water to lower flows to pass through to get access to the piers. And then they'll be building coffer dams around each pier and dewatering to get a dry working zone. From there, they'll be putting up new concrete forms, reinforcing steel, and then working platforms to allow for the new concrete collars to go on around the piers, and as well as the working platform to do the repointing of the stone. I'd also mention too that there is the lighting. So there's the kind of under the bridge deck lighting is included in this as well for installation. And I'd also say too that we've talked to the low bid, which is GMP Contracting, just to talk about their means and methods a little bit to get a better understanding of how they'll go about the work. They are on the township's pre-qualified bridge contractor list that we partnered with the county on just over a year ago. And so they're on our pre-qualified list. And after discussions with them, we're quite pleased with their proposed methods to go about the coffer dams and as well as the access. I'd also talk a bit about our approvals too. We're working in the Grand River, and as you might expect, we have some significant approvals that we've been working on over the last little while. So MNRF, we've got our approval in hand from them. Grand River Conservation Authority, we do have their permit. They did require some hydraulic analysis for the access road that we had to work on and submit to them, just to show that there's no adverse effects from the temporary access route to the piers. And also quite a bit of conversation with DFO. I don't know if council was aware, but for the Badley Bridge project, the county had to obtain a DFO authorization for the new piers. And so there was a thought with our discussions that we'd have to do perhaps, that level of work, which the county is basically doing some habitat compensation in and around the bridge area. So good news, DFO deemed our work as kind of below the threshold to require an authorization. So that is very good news for the township, and we could proceed. And they're basically they'll be providing us with a permit. Yeah, there's two species at risk in the work area. One is called a silver shiner, and then there's also a black red horse that are in the work area that are protected under the Species at Risk Act federally. So DFO was paying special attention to this project as they did the Badley Bridge project. And I think with that, I think I'll hand it back over to Dan.
Dan?
Thank you, Colin. We had 23 registered plan takers, 6 firms submit bids as shown in the report. Bids were checked for errors and omissions and none were found. And the recommendation is to award to 2274084 Ontario Limited, operating as GMP Contracting, at a contract price of $584,883.66. The financial analysis is shown in attachment A. Total project costs are estimated at $741,583.66. Through the 2019 budget and 2020 budget, the combined budget approved is $600,000 for this project, leaving a shortfall of roughly $141,500. But given the other financial impact results for dedicated capital levy projects this year, we are a combined $364,842 under budget when you look at the results of 24P, 23WG, and 23P, which are shown at the bottom of attachment A. So we are recommending to proceed with the project and tender award and reallocating the $141,000 and change from the savings we've obtained from those other 3 dedicated capital levy projects.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Colin. I was glad to hear that, Colin, you're okay with the process that the that the contractor would take for this work because they came in at significantly under the costs of several of the other vendors. So that's good that you're okay with their approach. Hate for them to be cutting corners. Questions from members of council on this recommendation? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Colin, if I could. Colin, this work on these piers, these historic piers, is this work structural to the bridge, or is it largely cosmetic and historic to preserve the piers?
It's important structural work, absolutely.
Anything else, Councillor Foster? Councillor Van Leeuwen.
All I can say is I'm happy to see where the quote landed compared to some of the others. It's an absolutely incredible bridge. I really hope we're done spending money on this soon. I think everybody feels the same way. We gotta finish it. We've stuck our nose in this. It's going to be beautiful for years to come. But boy, let's be done with her now. So I'm excited to see it over and finished and complete. I'm sure everyone is.
Councillor McWayne.
Yeah, I'm also very happy to see this be completed. I was really curious. You mentioned the discrepancy between the low and the high bid. I've never seen that great a discrepancy in any bid that I've ever seen here in 14 years. I don't think. Just kind of curious. Is it different technology they're using, or why the big difference?
Colin.
Yeah, through Mayor Linton. Yeah, I don't know if we know exactly why, but when we talk to the contractor, they actually own the dewatering or the cofferdam technology, and they've used it successfully on a couple other projects. So the way that they're going about their dewatering process, they own the technology, and it's quite efficient. So they've used it in other projects. So they were very confident with their method proposed and their costing provided. I'm with you. This is the largest spread I think I've seen, but it's quite a unique project. It's not very often a contractor or a township, for that matter, gets to work on 150-year-old bridge piers, and so there's and also working in the river. Poses some challenges. Definitely the GRCA, we're working closely with the GRCA to get the flows as low as possible during construction. And, but there is some risk. If we get a heavy rainfall during construction, that could inundate the cofferdam system. So, and we'll have to pump that out. So I think there's definitely some project risks there that the contractors were approaching differently. So, but definitely, yeah, unique project, and we're again pleased with GMP's process proposed.
Follow up, Kelly?
Yeah, follow up, Councillor McWayne.
Thanks. I guess this question is probably for Dan. Can you tell me what the total cost of this bridge is now that everything has come together?
That's something we don't have on hand at this moment, but we're bringing a capital project status report to council at the end of this month, and we'll have the number in that report.
Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to ask the same question as Councillor McElwain. Throughout last year, I asked 4 times what the total cost of this project is, and each time we got the same answer that was just given today, that we'll have a report later, and we don't get the full numbers. The one time the report was that it was all broken up, and so we don't get the full just plain and simple numbers of what this costs. And so when we get that report, this final report that will have everything, will it just be a total solid number instead of having to look all over the place? That's what I'm asking Dan.
Dan, do you want to? I think we did provide the full numbers on this bridge. I remember back to when we had everything compiled. Okay, can you refresh our memories on that one?
Yes, through Mayor Linton, there was a request by Councillor Kitcheris last year to consolidate the amounts for this project. They were consolidated and included on the last capital project status report that was provided to council in 2019. And we'll keep it in that consolidated format when we bring the new version forward at the end of the month.
So that'll come again to council at the end of the month.
That's correct.
Councillor Dunsmore?
I think Councillor Kittredge had a follow-up. I wouldn't want to cut him off.
Councillor Kittredge, follow-up? I missed that.
And so what is the total so far, so that we can just add these two numbers together?
Through Mayor Linton, the capital projects are separated in our financial system, and we need to pull them together for this report for council. So it takes a little bit of bringing the numbers together to create this capital project status report, and we'll have that for you at the end of the month.
Councillor Dunsmore?
I too want to echo the sentiments, and I'm glad to see the end of this project. But it just makes sense that we fix these piers. We don't spend the amount of money we spent on this bridge and leave the footings to rot. So a necessary evil, and I'm glad there's technology moving forward, and I hope these guys hit on other bridges.
Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. I share Councillor Van Leeuwen's comments, and I also share Councillor McElwain's interest about the spread in the bids, especially when you look at one of the bidders was Luby Builders, who I believe is building the current Badley Bridge replacement, to see the difference in costs there. But anyways, I'm glad to see that this is finally going to be finished, and hopefully that'll be it.
Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington award request for tender number 16-20 regarding the restoration of the piers on the Jack R. MacDonald Bridge at the contract price of $584,883.66, including contingency and excluding HST, and that the funding for the project be revised as outlined in Report COR 2020-21 dated May 4th, 2020. I have a mover for that recommendation. Councillor McElwain, seconded by Councillor Dunsmore. Any opposed? And that is carried. Moving on to 8.8, request for tenders, asphalt on various roads. And we have a report from Dan Wilson. But does Colin, do you want to speak to that with the technical expertise first? Not saying, Dan, that you have no technical expertise, but
Sure. No, Dan and I are tag teaming for sure. So that's good. Thank you, Mayor Linton. And so this is really a 4-in-1 tender. So 4 projects, 1 tender, all to do with asphalt, resurfacing, and paving roads. And just to highlight the 4 different projects, so we have Middlebrook Road from Wellington Road 7 to 3rd line. We have Side Road 4 from the county road, so 21, kind of to the west to the 2nd line or the Cottontail. And then also, those are 2 separate capital projects. We have a surface asphalt component to this as well. So Churchill, James, and Edinburgh that was reconstructed in Fergus 2 summers ago. Surface asphalt for that project is in here. And then our 2020 pavement management program is here as well. So we do have the crescents that are off of Guelph Street in Fergus, kind of the southwest corner of Fergus. So we have Barnett Chambers, Cummings Crescent, and then also just a little bit further to the south on the west side of Guelph Street is Stevens Court. So those are slated for resurfacing there. And then also we've included Hamilton Street from York essentially to the back of kind of the Tim Hortons area there. And then also Mill Street is included in the list as well as a tar and chip surface treatment. So that's the scope of the project. So I think with that, I'll hand it over to Dan.
Thanks, Colin. So we had 15 registered plan takers, 7 firms submitted bids. They were checked by Triton Engineering and no errors were found. The tender is recommended to be awarded to the Murray Group Limited at a contract price of $1,385,676, which includes contingency but excludes HST. Attachment A shows the financial analysis for the project. Combined, we are $362,425 under budget, which is great news. And it is recommended that $12,000 of the surplus funds be reallocated to the pavement management project so that $25,000 remains to resurface Mill Street in Salem, which would be an additional.
I think Dan's either playing frozen tag or we've lost him. Dan, if you can hear this, you're at Mill Street and you stop. I think he was just finishing off. Are you back, Dan?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You stopped at Mill Street.
I stopped at Mill Street. Okay,
like
so
you literally stopped.
I was standing really still. So we're recommending that $12,000 in surplus funds be allocated to pavement management so that we can resurface Mill Street in Salem, which is an estimated $25,000 increase in scope.
And can you just talk about, this is good news when we come over $300,000 under budget in something and then we can put in more projects for the same price. Can you explain that a little bit? Is it the cost of oil going down or what is that called?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Linton, through you. So again, not knowing for sure, but we think this is kind of the first like a sign of the economic slowdown that's happening. And yeah, definitely the cost of oil impacts this as well. So honestly, this is the lowest asphalt prices we've seen in over 10 years. Certainly since I've been here, this is the lowest asphalt prices that we've had on our annual asphalt program. And and the number of bids too. I think the number of bids is the highest that we've received since I've been here on this program. So in terms of value, we're getting excellent value for the work being completed. So we're very pleased with that. But I think it's a bit of a sign of the times, if you will.
Thanks, Colin. Thanks, Dan. Questions, comments from council? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Generally, I'm very much in favor of paving and road maintenance and resurfacing roads. However, to my earlier comments, here we are at $1.4 million. We have no clear picture of what our finances are going to be, and as much as this is a very desirable project, most of these projects rather are, I think we ought not to spend this money at this time, and I think we need to defer them for a year. To your point, Colin, about the price of oil, yes, that's probably correct. However, there could be even greater savings in future as this unfolds. There's lots of discussion that we're going to enter a 2 to 3 year recession, and the price of materials should stay low because there's very, very low demand. So using that as a basis to proceed now isn't really an accurate one in my view. Having said that, none of us really know because we don't know the extent and depth of the recession. Nevertheless, what we do know is that we are in a recession and we ought to defer these projects. And I also want to point out, I really don't think we should do Middlebrook until we get some clarity on the future of that well. I think that's a mistake to do Middlebrook at this time. Thank you.
Councilor Van Loon?
Thanks. I think it's a great idea to see everything lumped together and going for one price instead of individual projects. So I really like that idea, and I think, again, this is something moving forward, servicing our roads, keeping the transportation network is very, very important to us and the township. So service that is used all the time. So it's good that we move forward.
Councilor McLean?
No comment.
Councilor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. I have concerns about the Middlebrook Road. I was opposed to that, paving that, until there is clarity about what's happening on that well. And so I don't have any opposition to paving and keeping our roads in shape, but that road there requires us to know what's going to happen with the Middlebrook well, and so until that is resolved, I think that I'd make a motion right now to okay this without the Middlebrook well.
Okay, motion on the floor to amend the recommendation to take out the Middlebrook Road. Seconder for that?
I would second, Mayor. Councilor
Okay.
Foster.
Seconded by Councilor Foster. All in favor of that amendment?
I'm in favor.
That's 3 people in favor, Councilor McLean, Councilor Kittrus, and Councilor Foster. Opposed to that amendment? Councilor Dunsmore, Councilor McCray, Councilor Van Leeuwen, and I'm also opposed to that. So that is defeated. And going back to the original motion on the floor, Councilor Dunsmore.
I'm happy to see the scope of this. These are a lot of roads in there. There are sections 6, 7, 8, and 9 are in my ward, and since the day I got elected, I've been getting phone calls on a weekly basis. Colin's aware of these phone calls. It's good to see all those roads finally get resurfaced and updated to modern standards. So I'm all for this, and I'm glad asphalt is so cheap. And when asphalt is this cheap, it's the time to do the project.
Councilor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Lynn. I think it's a great cost-saving idea to lump these projects together. Looking at the 2020 budget, I mean, we had an estimate of 1.7 million just for Middlebrook Road, 8th Line, and Side Road 4. So the fact that we're getting 10 roads for less than what it was going to be for 3, I think this is excellent. So yeah, I'm all in favor.
Okay, I'll read the recommendation of the Council of the Township of Center Wellington award request for tender number 17-20 regarding the asphalting of various roads to the Murray Group Limited at a contract price of $1,385,676, including contingency and excluding HST, and that $12,000 in excess project funds be allocated to increase the scope of work on this tender by $25,000 as outlined in report COR 2020-22 dated May 4th, 2020. Mover for that recommendation? Councilor McCray, seconded by Councillor Dunsmore. Any opposed? Councillor Kittrus,
Mayor, I'm opposed only because of Middleborough.
Yeah. Councillor Foster. All
I
in
don't
favor,
think we should do it.
and that's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to information items, we have 9.1, the Integrity Commissioner's Report entitled Transparency Report and Invoice. That was requested by members of council. There's no action required by council. Any questions or discussion on that report, 9.1?
I have a question, Mayor.
Councillor Foster?
Yes, my question is probably to Dan. I see that this is file number 3 of 2019, and the invoice is for roughly $6,000. My question is, what happened to file number 1 and file number 2? How many complaints were there in total, and what were the invoices for those complaints, if any?
I think that our CAO was better able to answer that question, so I'll turn the thing over to Andy right now. I'm not sure how much we can tell about that, but I'll let him explain that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Linton. We're not allowed to reveal how many complaints the Integrity Commissioner did have. However, staff have asked the question with regards to any other files that the Integrity Commissioner has worked on in 2019 for a summary of cost, and at this stage we have not seen anything responded back from our Integrity Commissioner.
Supplementary, Cal?
Go ahead, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, is there any other invoices?
Other invoice?
Have we received any other invoices?
We have
Files
received
1 and
other
2 or
invoices.
other files?
Yeah, we have received other invoices. The request we had was with regards to the file number 3 of the total cost of the transparency report from the Integrity Commissioner, and that's what he's provided. And as I mentioned previously, we have asked the Integrity Commissioner for any other invoicing that he may have had for 2019 that we have not received to date.
So there are other invoices.
Correct.
Do we know the amounts of those invoices?
We can, our staff have provided what was asked for. If there's another request that you would like the other invoices, we'll bring that. The clerk can pull that.
Your worship, they're all in respect.
Sorry, don't cut me
really
off,
the
please.
same
Point of
subject.
order. Point of order. Don't cut me off. What I was saying is, if there are other invoices that are being requested by council at this time, the clerk can bring those as an information item to our next council meeting. Is that okay, Carrie? Yes. And we can have that ready. The clerk has provided what was asked for. I think I saw your hand, Councillor McLean. Councillor McLean?
Thanks, Kelly. The staff are going to come back to us with a report in March. I thought that it would be coming to us at the same time as this information on the process that the township is going to carry for this particular situation and in the future for people who who have cases sent to the Integrity Commissioner and don't have any are not found guilty of anything. We're going to have a plan in place of how they are compensated for their costs. Is that coming in the near future?
I unfortunately missed this meeting, so I'm going to turn it over to Carrie.
Yes, through you, Mayor Litton, we do have a report prepared. It was scheduled to go to the March meeting, but has been deferred because of the pandemic. So once we're, now that we've consumed, are moving forward with regular meetings of council, it will be brought forward. It is on the tracking list.
Councillor Dunsmore, sorry.
So this invoice actually does have something related to file number 1. It's just missing file number 2. At the bottom there at 02/06/2020, file number 1 was $270. So we're not missing everything. I think that people were asking about one and 2, but 1 is there. Just wanted to bring that up.
Councillor Van Leeuwen?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. When we get questions on this invoicing and billing and the clarity and what the files were and if you want to call it billing for accusations, how we had a discussion in the past, and it was actually a suggestion from the Integrity Commissioner on disclosing more information on this billing. How do we intend to deal with any of those questions, even the question today, but from Councillor Foster, when we voted down the desire for clarity on the invoicing? So unless I'm wrong, but I thought I remember us requesting that. So then pretty much all the invoicing comes at us a blank, and therefore everything after that I would assume would be a nothing discussion. Can I get clarity on what that means for us?
Gary?
Yes, through you, Mayor Litton. Your Councillor Van Leeuwen is absolutely correct. We did bring a report at the Integrity Commissioner's request that the invoicing have more detail, and council should also remember that the invoices could also be for conflict of interest requests. They could be for other requests that board members make under conflict of interest or code of conduct. So we can put a report together, but council did make it very clear they wanted that anonymity in the invoicing.
Councillor Kitchus?
Thank you, Mayor. This report was asked for several times. It's good to know that also that we will be discussing reimbursement in the future. I'm not sure why it couldn't be added to these meetings since it was required in March. Overall, I think that this expense of the taxpayers' money for something that I was vindicated for is a waste of taxpayers' money. And in discussion with the Integrity Commissioner, he has stated that the Code of Conduct has been used by other councillors against councillors or other elected people against their fellow persons. 47% of them are that case, and another additional 18% are family members or related people to those council people. So 66% of all the complaints are from the elected people or their related, and the smaller 1/3 portion is only from outside parties of the elected. And the whole point of this, the Integrity Commissioner and the whole point of it was about the integrity and accountability of the citizens, but it's become abused. And I think this is a clear case of where the mayor abused the system to attack me. And I just have to say that on this minutes right now. And so I think he's owes the public an apology for using the system to do that. And I've already asked for an apology, but he refused to. And so this has cost me the bill that I have for this, which we will hopefully discuss later, is close to $1,700. But this has cost me nearly 120 hours, 117 to be exact, of my own personal time. And that is a lot of money on my case for something that I was vindicated for. So I am disappointed that the code of conduct has been used like that by this mayor. And unfortunately, I think we should be very clear, and I think the Integrity Commissioner in his report made it very clear on that freedom of speech and the ability to disagree is part of the political process and actually fundamental to it and an integral part of it. And that's largely what this was about myself informing the public and enlightening about what was coming up that would have had grave indications and implications for the freedom of speech of fellow councillors and elected people in Center Wellington. So I think the mayor owes the public an apology for using this.
Anything else from members of council for this information item?
Kelly, I have a question, Kelly.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to point out to council that we opened this meeting with a discussion about email and disagreement and discussion. I've asked for this number a number of times via email. I asked in early March. I asked in mid-March, and at no time was I given a straight answer. We've also asked, there were at least 3 complaints in respect of basically the same matter, and to table a report like this with some information missing just seems to be an attempt to conceal facts, and that troubles me. There are other invoices outstanding, and they should have been brought forward today. They're all in respect of the same subject, which is Councillor Kittredge, and to state that we didn't ask for costs on the other complaints is, quite frankly, an avowal of failure. And it seems like information is trying to be concealed here, and there's obviously additional costs that aren't even tabled in this report, and I do not see why I couldn't have just received a straight answer. Bob, complaint 3 was $6,000. It was like pulling teeth to get an answer, and here we are with a report today, and it still is incomplete. That is a very disturbing outcome, in my view.
I'm not going to say this again. As was mentioned over and over again, Councillor Foster, there's a right way to ask for information and a wrong way. For the last couple of months, you've been choosing the wrong way over and over again. The right way is to come to council, and it's come to council.
Well, in my world, Your Worship, a straight answer comes from
Councillor Foster, don't cut me off. I didn't address you. We're providing information to what was asked for in the right form, and that's through council. Anything else that was asked for regarding additional Integrity Commissioner files will be presented to council when we can get them to council. There's complete transparency there, and this is the right way to get information to council. As far as responding to Councillor Kittredge's comments, I'm not going to respond to any of them. He has his own impressions of what the Integrity Commissioner said, and I don't share his impressions. I think one needs to just read the Integrity Commissioner's report in its entirety to realize what the context was for some of these comments. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Councillor Dunsmore?
No, I've heard enough. I don't need to speak on this.
Anything else with regards to this information item? Okay, there's nothing for council to do on this. Moving to section 10, bylaws. Recommendation that bylaws 2020-19 be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, and a corporate seal affixed. Mover for that? Councilor Dunsmore, seconded by Councilor McCray. Any opposed? And that's carried. I have a confirmatory bylaw recommendation that bylaws 2020-20 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held May 4th, 2020 be introduced a first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Move for that recommendation, Councilor Dunsmore, seconded by Councilor Van Leeuwen. Any opposed? And that's carried. Motion to adjourn, Councilor Van Leeuwen, seconded by Councilor McCray. Any opposed to adjourning? And that is carried. Have a great rest of the day. Thanks to our clerks and our deputy clerks for putting this Zoom conference together for us. Appreciate the work it takes to get these council meetings done.